It was worth waiting a year. I was gonna play this last Terrortober, but the frame rate is shit. I'm so glad I did because of all the effects. There's so many of these like crazy ass like effects that would have just been ruined if I played it with the bad frame rate. In fact, it was chat, you guys, that voted against playing it until I got it fixed. After returning to the hotel, the front desk clerk called out to him. Mr. David. That looks like an edited... Looks kind of like I cannot remember Alan Grant's actor. Sam Neill. He kind of looks like an edited Sam Neill, or maybe some old... No, it's some old actor. It's some old, probably British actor from like the 50s. David spoke. Is that a blonde James Mason? It might be. A historical site in Toronto. Oh boy. Yeah, that's some British actor. Did you call me? There was a visitor for you around 11, but you weren't available. He left a message for you. Everybody in France is British. What does it say? Here it is. The clerk handed David an envelope. David opened the envelope on the spot and read the message. I have something very important to tell you. Come see me at the house on 24/7 Rue de Bleuet. Whenever you want, I'll be waiting for you. Can you tell me more about who gave you this message? David considered that it might just be a prank from a crazed fan, but there was something about it that really bothered him. Let me go ahead and save real fast. I kind of want to save. I'll save in slot 2 from now on. Can you tell me more about who gave you this message? It was a man in his 60s. When I asked for his name, he said you would know as soon as you read the message. He left before I could inquire more. Okay. I see. Thank you. David had a bad feeling about the situation. Andrew had gone back to his room, so David decided to go to Rue de Bleuet by himself. How's it going, obese lobster? As he didn't know the layout of the town, David hailed a cab in front of the hotel. Bleuet, that's a 30-minute drive from here, just a heads up. There's nothing interesting for a tourist over there. This is Beaujon Boulevard. We're almost on Rue de Bleuet. Some of these tracks. This is the 242 Rue de Bleuet. 247 is probably in the alley up ahead, but car can't fit in there. What was your question? I hope I had a good tag. I hope I tagged good. David got out of the taxi and entered that alley the driver pointed him to. I have no idea who the fuck this is. After walking for a while. Yes, it is. Yeah. The fan translation is the guys who recently did, in fact, the Majin Zenki, I'm pretty sure, has been around here before. It's, shit. Nebulous Translations did this. Nebulous Translations did this. They did an excellent job so far. They've definitely done a really good job. They've released a lot of fan translations. Macross Skull Eater Complete Pack, which looks, you know, it looks incredible. It's Macross. It's Macross. I think it's actually something of a tactics. Ow. Like a tactics game. Majin Zenki was the lead translator. Majin Zenki did the lead translating for all of these, I think. Most recently, did the TurboGrafx version of War of the Dead. They did... Where is it? What am I looking for? The Game of Life RPG. Which I didn't even know was a thing. It's got a lot of anime characters in it. No, there was one... Where is it? Hybrid Front. They also... They most recently did Hybrid Front and made some headlines on it. which is really cool. Yes, this is Red Book audio. This is CD sound. This is one of two PC-88 games. One of two PC-88 games with a CD. It used two floppy disks, one for writing, and a CD that would write to that disk. After walking for a while, he saw a crowd gathered in front of the house. Back off, nothing to see here, keep walking. Once the police opened the way through the crowd, David saw they were carrying a stretcher covered in a white sheet. Why would anyone kill that old fortune teller? It's not like he made a lot of money. David started thinking the man who left him that message might have been this very fortune teller. He felt as if his dreams and reality were mixing together. A chill ran up his spine at the thought he might have been the cause of yet another murder. David hurried back to the hotel. Oh, Salieri's dead. Back to the hotel, David could hear Martin playing the guitar in his room. He decided to go in. You got a Valkyrie figure on your desk back home? Nice. I really like Macross. I need to watch more Macross, so I haven't seen Plus yet. I've only seen the original series, and I've only seen Do You Remember Love, which was basically just the original series, but really condensed and had amazing animation. No, but there were a lot of things that Do You Remember Love didn't do, like a lot of scenes from the original show that I really liked that didn't make it to the movie, like, I think they actually had the part where they almost starved to death in the Macross, because the Macross is so huge that the main character and, like, the pop idol got, like, fucking locked away in some fucking corner of the Macross, and they were trying to fucking survive. And they almost died. They were actually really close. They they were like almost dying of thirst or some shit when they finally got found. Yeah, Do You Remember Love is really, really good. I think there was a little bit of that in that one. I was talking about the original series. The original series is insane. It's really good. Alan was also there. Okay, Alan's here. Welcome back. Sounds like you've written a good song, Martin. Yeah, you enjoy your castle tour? It must have been tiring. Yeah, Andrew picked the best ones from his book, so it was a nice experience. David decided to keep the hallucination he had to himself. You know? Oh, it's in the mail right now? Cool. That's awesome, Couch. You know, I had no idea Andrew was into that stuff. Where's Andrew, by the way? What, he was tired and went to sleep? What a baby. Sometime later, Andrew entered the room with a grim look on his face. Andrew, you good? Hey, Andrew, why the long face? Uh-oh. I left my room after taking a little nap and saw this weird old man in front of David's room. I didn't think much about it at first. I just passed by him and kept walking. But I turned back for some reason. You'll think I'm crazy, but the old man was gone. Like he was never there. So, what, you're saying it was a ghost? Maybe you brought one back from one of those castles. I left my room after taking a little nap. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let's see what... You'll think I'm crazy, but the old man was gone like, you know, he was never there. So what, you're saying it was a ghost? Maybe you brought one back from one of those castles. Okay, Martin speaks again. Cut it out, no spooky talk in my room. David felt his legs about to give out. Could that have been the ghost of the murdered fortune teller? The thought made him feel sick. He needed to lie down in bed as soon as possible. Guys, I'm feeling pretty tired myself. I'll go take a nap. The Stargazer has parts from Macross on it if you look closely. That's what I heard. Yeah, Next Generation has some Macross parts on it. I've seen that. I've seen that before. That's pretty awesome. Guys, I'm feeling pretty tired myself. I'll go take a nap. David hoped the others wouldn't notice his current state of mind. So the fortune teller showed up next to Andrew. Mirrors is about a band called Elenovision. They're a new wave band, and you can tell they're a new wave band because all their character portraits are based on a bunch of new wave and like proto-punk band members in real life because they didn't give a shit about copyright. And the frontman for that band is David Astley, who's me. I'm David Astley, the blonde guy. And he's been having these surreal nightmares of like ancient civilizations and all this insane horror shit like lynch mobs and shit, where he usually, but not always, gets killed at the end. Or somebody dies. Either he dies or somebody else dies. But like bad shit happens in these dreams, and it's like real unsettling nightmare shit. Well, he finds out as he like goes around that real life things are happening based on those dreams. And he's not waking up and going out and doing these things, because sometimes he'll be on the tour bus while it's driving and take a nap, and all of a sudden he's like this fucking wizard in his dream, and he's like summoning a tornado to defeat like the northern invaders thousands of years ago, and then he wakes up and a fucking tornado hit a place. So he's not personally doing this shit, but he is having visions of this shit. Yeah, it's like some weird horror stuff. Good unsettling atmospheres in the dream sequences too. They get scarier and scarier as they go. They're actually really good. I actually got jump scared in this game. Like actual honest to God, whoa! Like it was surprising. I didn't see that in this game. I did not see that coming. Back in his room, David crawled into his bed and tried to sleep, but for some reason he was completely unable to do so. I don't get it. I should be dead tired, but I can't fall asleep. I know. I'll ask Susanna for some of those sleeping pills. I hope she's still up. There was a knock on the door. Who could it be? Andrew? David dragged his tired feet along the room and opened the door. Oh, it's the old man! It's Max von Sydow! But slightly edited, and with a silly cartoon hand. It wasn't any of his friends. It was an old man he had never seen before. Oh yeah, a lot of airbrushing in this game. A lot of airbrushing. David jumped back, forgetting all about his fatigue. The old man entered the room, looking at him. Who are you? Leave, now! Devil King, it is I, Michel, the sorcerer. I came to warn you about a terrible trap. Now people are calling him Devil King. Everybody's calling him the Devil King now. Yeah, but only in his dreams. Characters in his dreams all call him the Devil King. Came to warn you about a terrible trap. This Devil King crap again? I've had enough of this. It's going to be a bloodbath, my lord. You must listen to me. Who are you? I don't know any Michel. Have you forgotten about me, my lord? I took care of you during your childhood. Devil King, at this rate you will turn into a vengeful demon and be banished from this realm. Why would I turn into a demon? How could you, the Devil King, not know about the forbidden powers you possess? Could it be? At that moment, Susanna entered the room. David, what's going on? Who is this old man? She can see him too. Ling! I should have known. If you're here, then we're too late. Devil King, you've only one option left. You must die. Please, die. Ugh. Suddenly, the old man jumped at David's throat, strangling him. Ah! Please die. I beg you, my lord. That's what I mean. This shit is insane. David, watch out. Run away. Susanna pulled the old man, desperately trying to get him off of David. Yeah, exactly, Couch. It's madness. Oh, it's so good. With the strength he had left, David screamed, trying to push the old man away. There's also recorded screams. Oh no, we game over? David, open up. Are you okay? Oh, I guess you got him off. It was another dream. David jumped out of the bed. Neither the old man nor Susanna were in his room. The moment he realized it was but another dream. He heard knocking on the door. Susanna was calling him. Once he opened the room, it reminds me of cutscenes in Splatterhouse 3 when I was a little kid. It was like this, the first really scary moments in a the first time I was scared of a video game was the cutscenes in Splatterhouse 3 for the Genesis. Because all the cutscenes were from, like, the main character's girlfriend's perspective, or the girl in the house's perspective. And you know, you were the big badass dude in the mask, you know, punching. It was a full-on beat-em-up. But every time it cut to a cutscene, it was always from the girl's perspective, and she was hiding from the boss. And that scared the shit out of me when I was a little kid, because it used, like, digitized photos like this. In black and white, too. It reminds me, this whole game is basically that same exact structure. Once he opened the room, David realized that Susanna looked very worried. Did you have another nightmare? I heard you screaming from the corridor. Yeah, I guess I did. Perfect timing. I just bought some new pills that should be very effective. You should try them. Thanks. You're a lifesaver. Even in my dreams, someone was trying to kill me, and you came to my rescue. I'm really grateful. That's what I have to say. Wow, I was in your dream? I'm flattered. Anyway, you should take these pills and have a good night. She handed the pills to David. You bet she is angry, Sugars. You bet. She's suspicious as fuck. David looked at the small bottle, feeling glad for Susanna's kindness. He took a few and went back to bed. Awaken. Wake up! Hey! There you go. David was awakened by a mild scent of musk. Where? Everything about his room was different, from the bed to the rest of the furniture. The new pills did not work. He could hear the voice of a man coming from within the room. A man approached him from the back of the room. Where the fuck have I seen this guy? I have literally seen this guy in this outfit somewhere, and I can't place it. Are you awake, my king? King? Who are you?
Stuck.
I apologize for the rude awakening. I am Sorcerer Hawkeye. At that moment, he heard the voice. That's like the most Japanese name yet. Horukai. I think it is. It might be the Master. You're right. It might be the Master. Let me find a good old picture of the Master. No, it might be. It might be. It might be. Let's see. It's not this one. This was the first Master. It's not him. It's not the horrible face. I think it might be this guy. That guy in the middle there. Maybe. It might not be. Yeah. That's a maybe. That's probably where I recognized him, but no, he looks familiar. Of course. Of course, I know exactly who it is. I know exactly who it is. It's
Well done.
It's Evan Roberts. He did this for free. He's the only guy who actually called back. Thank you, Live Lav Love 1111. Thank you for the follow. That was the master. That was before, because I think he wasn't regenerating. He was just all fucked up for a couple of versions. My name is Torgo. I look after the grounds while the master is away. At that moment, he heard the voice of a woman, who then walked in from the back of the room. Lady Susanna, the king is awake. Is it the same Susanna? It is. Then let us begin the sacred ritual. Susanna, her clothes are different.
I'm gonna give him 100
thank you for the
bits.
100
I'm
bits.
gonna go
Live Lavlov 1111 has given him 100 bits in not dollars.
Well, that was very
no, the
kind.
chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Live Lav Love. How you been? Her clothes are different, but she definitely looks and sounds like her. King of the beasts, you, who are both king and priest, O god of darkness, drink the water of life. Orkai offered David a bowl filled with water. Adventure Josh, thank you for the 100 bits.
Adventure _ Josh has given him 100 bits in not dollars. Oh no, the chair. Rick told me to do this, so well.
Thank you, Adventure Josh, for the 100 bits. What is this water? Divine water from the Star of Darkness. Only you, the king, are allowed to drink it. You must drink this during the morning ritual. Susanna took the bowl from Horkai and handed it to David. There's a cool thing where these dudes take your pictures at the con, where these dudes take your picture and info and put it on an ID. You're a contractor for Wayland Yutani. That's sick. David first took a sip and then drank the entire contents of the bowl. A terrible energy flowed through him. He felt as if his body was going to explode. Susanna! Help me! Okay, woke up again. He's one of the... You think he's a screamer lollipop? David, are you okay? I thought I was gonna burn. It kinda does. David came to his senses once he heard Susanna's voice. He looked around and realized he was in his hotel room. As he hurriedly got dressed, he told Susanna about what he had just seen. It was one of my weirdest dreams yet. You were there again. The water of life. This man, Horkai. This is so weird. It's been barely 3 minutes since you took the pills, and you were already dreaming? You might be hypersensitive to these pills. Wait, you expected me to dream? Come on, you have a concert tomorrow. You better get some rest, or you're not gonna feel well. Hypersensitive. Susanna left the room. I don't know what those pills are exactly, but I feel like I'm full of energy. Yeah, the water of life was her giving him. What if he's dreaming about being in the band in the 90s and shit, and all these dreams are just people trying to wake him up like wizards and shit. It may pull that. I have no idea. That's just a guess. The following morning, David started writing lyrics as if he were a different man. He had never felt so full of energy before. Uh-oh, That doesn't sound good. That sounds ominous as fuck. That night they performed their final concert in France. The crowd was cheering them on even before they started playing the intro to their first song. Once again, Clark and Vince were tailing Susanna. Basically, or he's a demon king and the trap that he's under, the spell that he's under, is making him think he's an 80s new wave idol. It could be that too. It could be a Faust thing. Once again, Clark and Vince were tailing Susanna. Doesn't this make your heart pound, Chief? This is gonna be a great night. Clark hates this shit. I'm not gonna comment on your taste in music, Vince, but keep your eyes on the stage. Let me know if anyone approaches Susanna. I looked up that man from yesterday. He's just the president of a trading company. Their next destination is Italy. I say we can take it easy, Chief. We're probably not even close to done with this game. Holy shit. As for our President Flannel, I've had the London Association of Detectives look into him. Soon we'll know whether he's innocent or guilty. The London Bureau of the Detectives. It's like a book club, it's not a real detective agency. Man, David's on fire tonight. Don't you feel like bursting into flames yourself? That's a weird thing to say. What an odd thing to say. The crowd was starting to get carried away by David's increasing enthusiasm. Oh, he's going sicko, mad, crazy meds mode. His fucking pills are making him go crazy. Don't you just feel like spontaneously combusting and burning to death listening to this music? It's shit music. It's shit music, but I can see why young people would like it. I think they're getting a little too crazy, though. What is this expression trying to convey, guys? What is this expression? Hey! Although he said that, Clark was moving his body to the... Oh, even Clark is dancing to the music. I'm 100% with Clark here just because he made that face. As the song progressed, the crowd went into a frenzy, basking in their energy. David became even more excited. There was a bit of a panic when various people passed out, but in the end, nobody was hurt, and the concert ended without issue. I don't think he loves it. I think it was like a magic song, and he couldn't help it. I think all that was like it's interesting that he was. I just call it a hunch. The crowd was still screeching in excitement, even after the band returned to their waiting room. Man, you were amazing tonight, David. I can't stop shaking. What got into you? I almost remember after he woke up, he was full of energy because of the pills. And then he started writing a new song, and I'm guessing they sang that new song. And it got people into a weird frenzy. My guess is that was magic shit. Because he was doing that when he was Moses. When he was like the Moses, Charlton Heston Moses. He was chanting then, and so basically what it's saying is that musicians are like the modern wizards. I'm thinking that's what it's getting at here. Or it could have been the water of life too, if that shit was real and it wasn't a dream. What's got into you? I almost lost my mind out there. Me too. At one point, I think I was playing in a trance or something. Yeah, see, it's all weird. I know, right? I could have kept playing till morning. I was so out of it, I don't even remember being on stage. David keeps singing like this. We might get knighted by the queen herself. Seriously, man, what happened? don't know what to say. Once I got on stage, I felt so full of energy. Like I made a... What a specific thing to say. Susanna joined them. Her face was flushed as if she hadn't calmed down from the excitement yet. It was just a little bit of Ritalin. It was just some Ritalin. David, you were great tonight, but we've got trouble. The audience won't leave the venue. We're having security bring a car as soon as they can. Don't go outside just yet. Yeah, like I made a pact with the devil or something. It's so odd. I think that's what that morning ritual was. I don't think that was a dream. I feel like a king or a devil. It was late night when the band finally returned to the hotel. Yeah, and I think Clark was dancing specifically to show that it wasn't just them liking the music. The music was like physically compelling them to like go into a frenzy, and even Clark wasn't spiritually strong enough to stop it. David went to bed, still excited from the concert. He fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. He woke up the next morning. It had been a long time since he last felt so refreshed. David smiled. The band took a plane to Rome, Italy, the location of their next concert. Excelsior! It was the night when they arrived. They went straight to the hotel. Oh, is that what he was? Yeah, he was just listening to Shake It to the Max. They went to bed early, starting to feel the fatigue from their previous performance. Once again, David had no nightmares that night. He greeted his friends in the morning feeling good. He felt good, guys. It was past noon when the band gathered in the lobby. David's a different man. The concert's tomorrow night. What do we do today? They told me we can't visit Rome until after the concert because all the fans are in the area. We can't even walk around the hotel. David rocked the music world with that last performance. Susanna had to hire extra bodyguards to keep our fans from gathering in front of the hotel. We'll just have to stay inside for the time being. This is bullshit. Susanna's being a worrywart. We're young. We don't need to rest this much. This is bullshit. All of it. Then why don't we rent a studio and practice the new song? I'd like to announce it at our last concert in London. No, I like that idea. Ending our tour with a new song. If David sings it with that energy, we'll be topping charts. Yeah, maybe. I got a feeling. Yeah, staying cooped up in the hotel would drive us crazy. Let's rent a studio and make some noise. Susanna agreed with their plan and made arrangements with our promoter to rent a studio. She 100%. She 1,000,000% killed Claire. 1,000,000,000% Susanna killed Claire. For the band, there was nothing better than being inside a recording studio late at night. They all started practicing, Martin first and foremost, but... David, what's the matter with you? Vocals and instruments are all over the place. What's wrong? Your voice is slurred. It's like your head's somewhere else. David's been working hard since that performance. Maybe he's getting tired. David, I think you should get some rest. If you're pushing yourself like this, you'll be a mess during the real concert. Okay. Whoops. Forgot Alan was talking. Now that you mention it, he's looking a little pale. Well, keep practicing a little more. Why don't you head back to the hotel, get some rest? I think you're right, Lollipop. I think your instincts were on the money, but man, he went in hard. He went in hard instantly. David was starting to feel tired after entering the studio, but after seeing his friend so full of energy, he decided to keep his condition to himself. Guess I am tired. Sorry, guys, I'm gonna have to leave first. Don't worry about me. You keep working on the song. David left the studio and took a cab back to the hotel. After leaving the studio, all that tension vanished, leaving him extremely tired, so much that he could barely hear the voice of the driver talking to him. Sir, we're here. It's so good, it's so good. David stepped out of the cab, which then disappeared into the night. The lights in front of the hotel were still on, but there were no crazed fans in sight. David sighed in relief and walked through the door. He rubbed his eyes. It was dark inside, and there were no signs of people. Ooh, it's loading. Whenever it's loading, more shit's about to happen. Ugh. That wasn't the hotel. Instant dream mode. Though it was a solid stone building, it was crumbling apart as if it had been bombed. For reasons unknown even to himself, David began to walk. Oh shit. They're in Italy now. If you thought France was haunted, they're in fucking Italy now. As he reached what appeared to be the entrance, he realized that it was some kind of ancient building made of stone and brick. Where am I? There's nothing else I can do but go inside. Inside, there were stone pillars lined up like in a temple. However, the ceiling and many of the pillars had been destroyed. The night sky was visible. How did I get here? This was supposed to be the hotel. Seems to be a way further in. I guess I'll have to follow it. There was a room in the back of the temple, but it was in ruins. No one was inside. This place is ancient. Maybe I'm so tired that instead of the hotel, I went inside some historical ruins or something. You can see the sky ahead. A little further and I should be out. The building was in shambles, as if it had been hit by an earthquake, with many paths blocked by rubble. He was unable to simply walk forward. I see a clear path ahead, just a little further. I'm almost there. It's getting spooky. It's getting ominous, guys. He could see what appeared to be a courtyard, perhaps the entrance of the building. Thought I was finally out, but it looks like I'm still inside the building. What ruins are these anyway? I have no idea what I'm doing. As he stepped through the entrance, he found himself in an ancient building made of stone and brick. What? I've already been here. There's no way I've been going in circles. Just go inside. Remove all doubts. He entered a temple with ruined stone pillars. See? The temple from earlier. I must be in one of my nightmares. I can see outside the building from here. I'll just climb over the wall. That'll do the trick. The night sky was visible beyond the destroyed room. Yeah, just like I thought. Forget the path. I'm climbing over this wall this time. Just as he was about to climb over, David heard a human voice from the path he ignored. David stopped climbing the wall and ran through the path, trying to reach the source of the voice. It called him back. No! Get back here! The path was full of stone and brick from nearby fallen buildings. He could hear a man groaning from the building in front of him. Whoever he is, he's hurt. I need to help him. By reflex, David ran toward the source of the voice. It's loading again. This game is so good at hooking you. Holy shit. I am hooked, guys. An old man came from a crack in the wall. There was blood flowing from his chest. Please, don't kill me! The old man stared at David, full of fear. You're hurt. Don't move, I'll go find help. So, you're not one of them. Please, stay here. They'll finish me off if you leave me alone. But if I stay here, you'll... What do I do? I'm already doomed. I've but one final request. I want you to deliver this to the man they call the Devil King of Darkness. The old man held out a piece of cloth akin to a handkerchief with his blood-stained hand. The Devil King of Darkness. David retracted his hand before he could take the cloth. What are you talking about? Who is this Devil King? I don't understand. Those people killed my master. With his last breath, he told me to deliver this cloth. Of course I know him. He's me. Deliver this to the followers of the Devil King. Tell him that unless they kill the person bearing the crest drawn on this cloth, our Dark Lord will never return. My master died shortly after. That's when they started coming after me. I beg of you, carry on the duty my master has given me. While David was still weighing his options, he felt the presence of people around him. It's them. They've come for me. Take this cloth and go, hurry! The old man put the cloth in David's hand. When the shadows, about 10 figures attacked them both. Oh no. The old man's screamed. A hatchet-like weapon was swung towards David's shoulder. He felt an intense shoulder pain. I like how all the screams are read out loud for me. Oh, my nose! He woke up. He's up. Are you okay, sir? Please bear with it, we're almost at the hotel. David realized he'd never left the cab. He must have fallen asleep at one point. He felt a chill run down his spine, thinking back to his nightmare. Does he wake up with a cloth? Guess so. Oh god, he might have. We'll find out. When the taxi arrived at the hotel, he found Susanna waiting for him at the entrance. As David was about to get out, the driver told him, Sir, you forgot... Oh! No! Sir, you forgot something. Oh no, it's the cloth! There was a piece of cloth on the seat. The driver handed it over to David and drove off. When he looked at the handkerchief, David felt a chill run down his spine once again. That was the cloth with the crest, the same one the old man gave him in his dream. Well, Jerk, it looks like the cloth made it with him. David tried to convince himself that it must have belonged to another customer. Not wanting Susanna to notice it, he put it in his pocket. This game is so good. I heard from Martin on the phone. David, are you okay? You're not looking very good. I know. I was doing so great, but all of a sudden I'm feeling very tired. Though he spoke with a steady tone, it was obvious he could barely stand. Come on, lean on my shoulder. I'll help you. David put his arm on Susanna's shoulder, and they both entered the hotel. David welcomed the feeling of Susanna's warmth from the elevator all the way to his bed. As her warmth left him, David thought back to the cloth with the crest. He was sure he would have another nightmare if he were to fall asleep. Looks like they're not going to do it. Oh, well, I'll stay here until you fall asleep. Just relax and have a good night. Susanna, I feel like I'm going to have another nightmare. Don't you have any more of those pills? Of course I do. I always bring them with me since they're so important for you. Here you go. David took the pills Susanna gave him. Thank you. This tour would have been a disaster without you. I owe you another one. Yeah, maybe not the dying disk drive clicks. Well, I can turn those off. I can turn them off, but they're really the only way I know the game hasn't crashed either. So, I don't know, I'll like turn it down or something. Susanna spoke, David spoke. I can't turn off the load times, but I could turn off the clicks. We would just have to go by blind faith. Maybe I can do that. Let me do this. I think it's sound. Play FDD noise. Yeah. Okay, the click should no longer happen. Wait, what? You watched a playthrough of this game? Yeah, that was pretty harsh. Yeah, him grilling Susanna was brutal. Oh no, I understand, jerk. No, they were getting kind of annoying for me, personally. I'd do anything for you, David. Call me if you'd like if you're going to have another nightmare. I'll be your knight and vanquish all your enemies. just kiss her, dude. Damn, I'll do that. No, usually the man's the knight saving the damsel in distress. Guess it's the opposite with us. It's time you lay down. The pills should kick in soon. I should put on a do not disturb hanger on the door. Once the guys are back, we'll all come see how you're doing. Thank you, Susanna. I think the pills are kicking in. Good night. David felt his body burning hot. The pills were probably starting to have their effect. Susanna turned the lights off and was going to leave the room when David seemed to have fallen asleep. David, what's wrong? David was tossing and turning. Susanna threw herself onto David, desperately trying to hold him down with her body. It's getting, like... Suddenly, David lost all his strength. Susanna wiped the sweat from David's brow. Are you okay now? Oh yeah, they're like face to face now. They're gonna have sex, guys. Sex is about to be had in the PC-88 game. I am. It must be one of the side effects of the pills, like the other time. David gasped. He realized that Susanna, her face, her soft body was on top of him. Susanna, please don't leave me alone. Stay with me. Without you, well. David held Susanna tight, and they exchanged a kiss. He kissed her. Oh God, is this gonna get actual sex? Is this gonna turn into a sex scene? No, it switches to Clark and Vince. Oh, thank God. I made that same joke. I guess they are, jerk. He said soft body. I mean, that's what they're doing now. Meanwhile, Clark and Vince were staking out the hotel. What women can't... It is perfectly okay for women to be soft, llama. She's not a bodybuilder. Isn't it about the time we called it a night, Chief? Yeah, I guess. I don't think Susanna's gonna leave the hotel while David's not feeling well. Is David gonna be okay? He's got a concert tomorrow. I don't know. He went and rented a studio to practice and all, but he came back on his own. He must have been damn tired. You gotta be tough in this line of work, whether it's detective work or being in a band. Clark and Vince got into their car and drove away from the hotel. Yeah, it's loading now. Now it's like deathly quiet, but I kind of like that. Frankly, I kind of prefer it. David had never felt so good in the morning before. I'll bet. Susanna wasn't there, but her scent still lingered on the bed. After taking a shower, David looked in the mirror and his mood soured instantly. He had another bruise on his shoulder. It was as if the events of his nightmares also occurred in the real world. Jesus Christ! Lollipop, damn! David shook his head as if to chase away the thought and left the bathroom. The late wake-up call was ringing. Jesus. David shook his head as if to chase away the thought and left the bathroom. The late wake-up call was ringing. Hey, good morning, Susanna. I slept great last night. I'm feeling better than ever. I'm glad to hear that. Today you'll have your first performance in Italy. Good luck, David. I mean, yeah, it is. You're not wrong, Lollipop. They replaced sex scenes with cop interludes in this game. Thank you, Susanna. How's it going, Zatara? After hearing Susanna's voice, David forgot all about his nightmares. Terrifying screams from the crowd once the sun had set. Their first concert in Rome began. David, let's make it happen again tonight. Come on, let's go, David. Take us by storm. As David walked under the spotlight, he was greeted by the cheers of his fans. The moment the song's intro started playing, the crowd screamed so loudly that the stage itself seemed to tremble. The crowd's excitement would only increase as the band kept playing, to the point where it had become next to impossible for people to check. While David screamed his song. David's just screaming the song now. Some among the audience were scratching their faces into a bloody mess. At first it was only one, but this behavior was seemingly spreading. The sound of the ambulance's sirens only added to the song's power as the paramedics with their stretchers came and went, uninterrupted. A police officer spoke to Susanna. I think it's a new wave concert that has quickly turned into a very out-of-control punk concert. Could you please interrupt the concert? At this rate, it won't be long before we start having casualties. Look at them, officer. They're not even listening to the music anymore. The song itself is what's fueling them. Work with me here, okay? I'd rather not have to fire my gun. Fire the fucking gun! They're scratching their faces off! I'll see what I can do. Susanna herself was worried about the crowd going berserk. Lost in thought, she gazed upon David, who was standing at the very edge of the stage. Oh, look how evil he looks. He's evil now! During the song's interlude, David approached Susanna. I'm doing great, Susanna. You're on fire tonight, David. Sing the next song for me. Make it something sweet and kind. Okay. Let the others know. Once the song's over, have him turn down the lights. David it's gonna turn into a fucking orgy pit. David returned to the stage. He's too out of control. He's too out of control. Yeah, that's just a picture of David Sylvian. It's just pictures of David Sylvian. I believe you. I believe you. The song ended and the lights went down. The crowd was getting more and more agitated as their surroundings grew dark. A slow and calm intro started playing. The audience didn't calm down, however, as if they weren't actually listening. But when David started singing, everything changed. The crowd stopped screaming and moving, and religiously listened to his voice. Clark and Vince were once again attending the concert. Why are they changing the song? I like the other one better. It's the cops again. They're not complete morons. Had they kept going with the same energy, somebody could have died tonight. What's the big deal? People die every day. Vince is losing it. He was a fan, so he's like ensnared in it now. Yeah, this one's good. I'm actually enjoying this one. Huh. Who knew David could sing like this? Bravo, Vince. Before long, the venue fell silent. Men and women were kissing while I knew it was gonna turn into an orgy pit! Men and women were kissing while David sang. The song ended. Okay, never mind. It's fine. The song ended and the lights were dimmed even further. Encore! The lights on the stage were turned on once again all at once. The beat of the synths filled the venue once more. The audience cheered as the performance changed from calm to energetic once again. The frenzy began anew, but not with the same intensity as earlier. There was no longer a risk of casualties. Overall, the concert in Rome was a success. And not drop it. Drop it. Okay, no more rhythmic clicking. We're going purely on blind faith that the game's not gonna crash. Yeah, at least kissing and making out was way better than literally scratching their faces off. And it wasn't even a big orgy, it was like all clean and stuff. So basically what I'm getting here is that David has like the fucking Fremen voice, or the Bene Gesserit voice, on a large scale, and can basically change the energy of a, like, way more so than an actual band. It's like a magical power with this guy. And he was probably labeled the Demon King by his enemies because he had this level of influence. That could be what's going on here. Yes, the music of the game is Red Book Zodiac. This is one of 2 PC-88 games that actually used a CD. There were only 2 games that used a CD. Lisan al-Gaib. Whenever it reads data, it takes it a while. It's taking it a bit. Now, what's interesting is he didn't start doing this until the pills. Until the new pills. Susanna gave him pills that, like, woke this up.
Not only are you a hot dog, a grandstander, a showboat, and a prima
It'll take it time, but it'll get there. Oh, there it is. Didn't take as long. After returning to their hotel, the band celebrated their latest success with beer. David felt slightly under the weather, so he decided, yeah, and then he has this huge come down. So he decided to return to his room without drinking. Macho Man beat it to it. I don't think I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. Has to be thanks to Susanna's pills. David went to bed feeling grateful toward Susanna. As he closed his eyes, he could still hear the crowd cheering him on. He was looking forward to the next concert. Before long, David was drifting away, but then he felt a presence. Someone was there. Who's there? You're not Susanna! Wake up. There was an old man beside him. David jumped out of the bed in horror and surprise. It's just Glenn. It's just Uncle Glenn. Yeah, I came to see your concert, son. Hey, it's been a while. He looks so jovial. It's Wilford Brimley. Why is Colonel Sanders here? It's Hammond. I've got... He's like digging around in his fridge looking for expensive champagne. Hey, we were saving that! You must solve the secret of the crest I've given you. You promised me this, as I was dying. Oh, he was dying. Yeah, this is the old dying man. You're the man from my dream. A dream? Don't be a fool. They killed me right before your eyes. Now I am forced to roam this world as a spirit, never leaving your side until you realize my wish. You're a ghost? At this rate, they'll come after you. You solve the mystery of the crest. You should be able to meet the Devil King. Then your life will be spared, and I will move on to the next plane of existence. How am I supposed to solve this mystery? Had I figured that out, I wouldn't be asking you now. Now I can only appear before you every night and haunt you until my wish is realized. This is ridiculous. Why are you pushing this problem on me? Davido. The old man was no longer in his room. David opened the world and... opened the world. He opened the world! David opened the door and walked out into the hallway. David was intent on finding the old man, but as he approached the elevator, several men came out of it and began to approach him. It's them. David ran back into the hallway. This is insane. He reached Susanna's room and banged on her door. Susanna, please open up! David, what's wrong? So he was watching David last night too, he was! Susanna opened the door. There's a bunch of weird people outside our rooms. He opened the world, alright. Her world. Susanna looked at the direction David was pointing at. A few men were entering the elevator.
Grandma! 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 Grandma!
It looks like they got off on the wrong floor, David. I think you're a bit too nervous. Susanna gave him a goodnight kiss and went back into her room. Hearing Susanna's voice was enough to calm him down,
Give me a image.
and David returned to his own room.
Maybe it's time for you to find out how insane I am. Yeah.
He went to the bed and tried falling asleep, still worried about the old man. Horrible old man. The following day, the band was supposed to go sightseeing in Rome. But David was still worried about what that old man had told him. He decided to stay at the hotel, after pretending not to feel well. While he was alone in his room, thinking about his problem, Susanna walked in. What's wrong, David? The guys already left. You should have seen them. They were wearing sunglasses and fake mustaches. I guess celebrities can't have fun like normal people, huh? Yeah, right. I think they ran out of travel budget. Hi, Susanna. Sorry I woke you up last night. You woke me up? I'm not sure I understand. I was dead tired after yesterday's performance. Pretty sure I slept until 9 a.m. without interruptions. But that's impossible. You don't remember those people who got off on the wrong floor? Are you sure that wasn't another dream? Maybe the pills aren't working. David couldn't believe that what had happened the previous night was simply a dream. What was real? What part was a dream? Did he actually meet the ghost of that old man? The more he thought about it, the crazier it all felt. David couldn't believe what had happened. Yeah, no travel time in Italy because the band got popular. Yeah, no more travel pics. That's really the reason. David, calm down. You'll lose your mind if you don't relax. Come on, tell me what happened last night. But now they're having like tender, intimate moments. David could no longer keep it all to himself. He showed Susanna the cloth with the crest. She is the last person he should have told. He showed Susanna the cloth with the crest. He told her everything, starting with the old man. Oh, let's save. Let's actually save. It's so easy to not save, but it's good to save. David can no longer keep it to himself. Okay, he told her everything starting from the old man. It's definitely a nice crest, but something that leaves your dreams and enters reality. It's scary to think of. As long as I have this in the real world, I'll have to grant that old man's wish, even if it happens only in a dream. Been a problem for you in conscript, yeah. It's when you like we are like spoiled. Like when it comes to modern games, we are spoiled by autosaves. We really are. So it's easy to forget. It's easier now to forget about manual saving than ever. Maybe you can learn something by finding out more about this crest. There has to be some kind of reference book about coats of arms at the library. Oh, we're going to the library in Rome? I didn't think of that. But I don't know any Italian at all. Can you come with me, Suzanne? Of course. It'll be like a date. I'm looking forward to it. They're going on a date. They're going on a cute little library date. See where this takes us. We may actually be going out. We may see some, like, tour shit.
No more books.
The two of them left the hotel from the back door, making sure not to be noticed. They hailed a cab and went to the library. For some reason, they were in London at this part of the story. One specific car was following their taxi. Your hunch was spot on, Chief. I'll admit, I was kind of worried when you told me we didn't have to keep watching the front door. There you have it. Oh, full-on Resident Evil gameplay. Oh, true. Oh, it's a Resident Evil style game. You don't know how far you'll have to play before you find more ink ribbons. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean, Zatara. That's crazy. Oh, that's sick as hell. I love limited saves in games, as long as it's balanced well. Like, same with time limits. I used to hate time limits. I actually really like time limits as long as they're balanced well. Balance is huge when it comes to it. They're like QTEs. They're easy to implement, but they're really hard to get right. QTEs are hard to get right, but they can be done right. They're awesome when they're done right, and they're shit when they're not done right. Same with time limits, same with limited saves. When you're acting out of the ordinary, you don't want to be noticed. It's human nature. That sounds really cool. That sounds really cool, Zatara. I've never heard of Conscript. I've heard of Alisa. Alisa is kind of like that, I think. I think that's what it's called. That's about, like, French cops, and one of the cops, it looks like Alice in Wonderland, and she gets, like, captured in this mansion and put in an Alice in Wonderland dress by her captor, and she has to, like, fight her way out. Hitman's very good at limited saves. Hitman is extremely good, especially the early Hitman games. You know, that said, I'm really liking how IO's James Bond game looks. Like, I was about to complain about the new Hitman games and how they weren't as good as the old Hitman games, but putting that system along with, like, adventure, action, adventure, kind of Uncharted style gameplay with a James Bond game was fucking genius. It looks janky as shit, but it also looks fun. Hitman 1 didn't even have saves. Brutal. She's with David today. Maybe they're just on a date. Why are these cops investigating? Oh, because of the murders. Or maybe she's gonna meet some other guy, and he's just her alibi. A good detective never trusts appearances. No, really? Oh shit, Zatara, that sounds pretty sick. Kinda like Darkwood, or whatever it was called. I think it was Darkwood. Darkwood's like that, where you have limited visibility, like you can only see what the character sees, but it's all overhead. Yeah. Remember that middle-aged man she met? Turns out he's the president of a trading company. Comes from old money. His hobby is golf. Upper-class gentleman through and through. Nothing suspicious about him whatsoever. And that's why it's suspicious. Why would Mr. Moneybags meet Susanna, a girl like Susanna, in a cafe? That's the mystery we need to solve. Oh, damn. When you put it that way, yeah, that's kind of weird. Looks like their taxi entered Via del Corso. They're probably going to Piazza Venezia. Okay, but at least we're doing a little tour stuff. We're doing a little bit of tour stuff now. Maybe they're gonna see some ancient Roman ruins at the Foro Romano. Maybe not. They took a right towards Piazza della Rotonda. Stopped in front of the Pantheon Museum. Let's get off and tail him on foot. Wait, taxi's moving again. They didn't get off. Back to the chase. We're getting like a fast tour. The taxi stopped in front of a building a little further on. All right, no mistake this time. They did get off. That's the Pantheon's library. Why? I got the museum, but why the library? Oh well, get ready for books, Vince. Get ready for books. You guys ready for books? The two detectives followed David and Susanna into the library. You guys ready for books? Because I'm ready for books. I'm ready for books. Oh. I'm ready for books. You ready for books? God! So heavy! And this has little pictures in it. I don't know if you can see them. It's Webster's unabridged dictionary of the English language from like 1958. This is really cool, like, opening cover. If it'll fucking... Yeah, there it is. Oh. You ready for books, guys? Oh, God. Inside the... actually... Inside the library, Susanna was talking to the clerk, with David interjecting as well from time to time. The clerk was speaking in English. After taking a look at the crest on the cloth David showed her, the clerk gave her an answer. Coats of arms such as this have been a traditional here in Italy since the Middle Ages. Even today, we often use newly designed coats of arms as company logos. Oh shit, she's got a reply. Oh, I thought it was just for old noble families. Finding this crest is gonna be harder than we thought, David. Yes, it's hard. Yeah, it sure was. The clerk brought out a particularly thick book. A particularly thick book! Let's see what's inside! It's so fucking... This book is fucking absurd. Clerk brought out a particularly thick book. This is our reference book on coats of arms. All the crests listed here have the name and biography, so you can find out more in the reading room. Ugh. You gotta hold it like a baby. Ooh, this thing is heavy. I hope I can carry it by myself. He's not kidding. David lifted the reference book and headed towards the reading room with Susanna. David and Susanna turned page after page, comparing the crest they held with those on the book. Clark and Vince walked past them as they sat at a nearby table holding a magazine. I think they're looking up coats of arms. What do you think, Clark? I gotta be careful. It's old as fuck. It's old as fuck. I've been taking care of it, but it'll never last forever, right? Looks like it, but that handkerchief belongs to David. Susanna's only here to help him. Maybe they're looking for some cool design for a prop or something. Very common sense answer, Vince. I didn't get dust in here, did I? No, we're good. I don't think so. If that coat of arms is if that's the coat of arms of David's family, it's possible this whole European tour was just a means to travel around Europe and find more information about the crest's history. I might get it rebound, actually. Rage. I don't know how much that would cost, but I may do that. It's definitely bound fine as long as you're careful with it, but it does need a little bit of TLC. Was there really a point in tailing Susanna today? David's family had something to do with the whole Demon King. Yeah, I'm thinking so. I'm thinking it's an ancestral thing. Because he has that power. Why? You had anything better to do? Besides, she might leave him at some point and go off on her own. I'm just speculating, sheesh. Anyway, look. I don't think they found whatever they were looking for. She closed the book with a sigh. She sighed and closed the book. Well, it was a lost cause, really. Tens of thousands of different coats of arms in Europe, including England. This kind of search would be hard for an expert, let alone for amateurs like these. Would have been easier if it were a Japanese family crest, since there's relatively few of them. But European coats of arms, good luck with that. Cause he's Japanese, guys. They're leaving. Let's get moving. David and Susanna hailed another cab and left the library. Clark and Vince followed them in their own car. I really wish Buckaroo Banzai was good. Maybe I have to just force myself to watch it until I like it. David and Susanna visited the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale di Roma, but once again they were unable to find any conclusive evidence. They were told that a library in Piazza Navona owned a microfilm with unusual emblems, but it didn't contain the same crest they were looking for either. David and Susanna decided to take a short break near the Trevi Fountain. I can't believe we couldn't find anything after searching this long. Yep, we've been traveling. Oh well, since it happened in my dreams, maybe I need to look it up in my dreams too. That's smart. That's smart thinking. Can you give me a couple of coins? I want to make a wish in the Trevi Fountain. Susanna approached the Trevi Fountain, turned around, and tossed the coins backwards. So, what should we do now? I don't think visiting random libraries is gonna work. Well, since we're already out and about, we may as well go for a little stroll. Oh, I should call the hotel. Susanna left to look for a payphone. She left to look for a payphone. Clark followed after her, unnoticed by David. Susanna came back. Yeah, Clark and Vince are still completely fine cover-wise. The guys aren't back yet. Why don't we grab a bite somewhere? Gosh, I was so focused on the search, I forgot about eating. Do you know any good places, Susanna? Yeah, she couldn't page her the hotel. Yeah, she had to find a payphone. David and Susanna walked around Rome like a pair of lovers, tailed by the two detectives. Once they reached Via del Tritone, they hailed a cab. We took another cab. Left our car at the Trevi Fountain, though. Should we go get it? No, we'll lose them. Stop a cab. Nah, leave it. Fuck it. As luck would have it, there was a cab ready to go. They got in and followed the car with David and Susanna. Vince, tell him to follow that cab. We almost lost him. Cars in Rome sure drive fast. Makes for a fun ride, though. Susanna made 2 phone calls. She's probably gonna meet someone else at some point. Oh, he told Vince to tell him to follow the cab because he speaks Italian. Vince speaks all the language required of this game. Their car took a left toward Piazza di Spagna. I guess as they stopped looking for libraries and they're just gonna have fun. Hey, Rig, this game is sick. This is a really good visual novel. Good horror visual novel. How you doing, Rig? Big shout out. Yeah, Vince and Susanna are the Rosetta Stones. They're the interpreters. I'll try and recap. We are not these guys. We are David Astley, the frontman for a band called Depeche Mode. No, a band called Japan. No. What the fuck are they called? Eleno-Vision. They're called Eleno-Vision. And he's having these horrible nightmares of being like ancient or old civilizations, even ancient civilizations, where he becomes wizards and cult leaders and just victims of mob attacks and shit. And he usually dies in these dreams and he wakes up in a cold sweat. And now, since he and his band are on their first European tour, they're in Italy now, they were in France, his dreams have started to come true in weird ways. Like, for example, he saw a priest get decapitated by guillotine. And sure enough, that happened at one point. Like things, like tragedies and shit that are happening in the real world he's dreaming about beforehand, or as they're happening. It's a fucking Wizards game. Yeah, there was one point where he was a wizard and he summoned a tornado. And sure enough, a tornado hit in the waking world. And he was asleep in his tour bus during that time while it was driving. So it's not like he left and summoned the tornado. Something else is going on. Now people are calling him Demon King. There are characters in his dreams that are calling him this Demon King. Oh, and then there's the handkerchief. Right now, what they're doing is they're investigating a handkerchief that he got in one of his dreams that ended up in the taxi cab he took a nap in. Somebody gave him a handkerchief while he was asleep at the cab, and then it appeared under his ass in real life. And he and his now girlfriend Susanna, who's been giving him pills so he won't have these horrible nightmares and have way more energy, are investigating the crest on the handkerchief, and these cops are following them because they're investigating these mysterious deaths and feel like Eleno-Vision is somehow connected with them. There, now you're up to speed. The first call must have been to the hotel, but what about the other one? That is a very small description of what's going on. I've actually kept some spoilers out. Yep, they're getting off in Piazza di Spagna. Look at Susanna, she's skipping like a child, her skirt aflutter. I feel so pathetic tailing a couple like this. Vince doesn't seem all that suspicious of them at all, but Clark can't shake that there's something about these two. Get a grip, Vince, this is work, let's get going. Clark and Vince get off the taxi and kept following David and Susanna. Yeah, you are now up to speed. Hold on, I thought they were going to Piazza di Spagna, but they just entered Via Condotti. And they can't seem to find this crest on the handkerchief anywhere. If you want to be a good detective, you can't stop at first glances. My guess, they're gonna grab a bite. Via Condotti is a major tourist route. There's a bit of everything nearby, from jewelry to Gucci stores, as well as restaurants and pubs. Thank you, Comcast Hotline, for the follow. I'm not interested, Comcast! You can't take me! I have a local fiber connection now! Welcome in, Comcast Hotline. Thank you for the follow. Via Condotti is a major tourist route. There's a bit of everything nearby, from jewelry to Gucci stores, as well as restaurants and pubs. Also, travelogue shit, because it's a PC-88 game. And everybody knows the PC-88 and 98 games are 90% travelogues. They're 90% travelogues. I don't know where people say that most of these games are porn, because they are porn if you're really into travel but can't afford it. This is your route. Gucci. Susanna stopped in front of a restaurant. Since we can eat Italian food at the hotel, why don't we try Japanese cuisine instead? This is Hamasei. I heard good things. Now that we're here in Italy, let's eat some Japanese food. Wait. Japanese cuisine, huh? I only ever had things like tempura and sushi. I'd really like to try sukiyaki and ochazuke. Okay, let's go in. David and Susanna entered the Italian-Japanese restaurant. Okay. Gooning and traveling. Better playing PC-98 games than going to the Passport Bros route. You don't even need to leave your house. You want to go on a vacation, just play a PC-98 game. There were many Japanese customers inside the restaurant. Each individual table was enclosed in its own box, so Clark... We didn't actually go to... We didn't... Here's what's going on. Soft Studio Wing didn't actually go to Italy to take pictures. They just got a bunch of pictures, but then they realized they had to film in a restaurant. But they did. But so they went to a local Japanese restaurant and took pictures there, and then came up with Susanna saying, "You know, we're gonna eat plenty of Italian food here. Let's eat some Japanese food." Each individual table was enclosed in its own box, so Clark and Vince were able to sit next to David and Susanna and listen to their conversation without having to worry about being seen. That's 100% what happened, though. They couldn't get pictures of an Italian restaurant, so they just went to like a place they liked. Took pictures there. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as we're writing it. David was talking to Susanna while they both ate from their sukiyaki saucepan. Yeah, not even gelato. They got plenty of gelato. Oh my gosh, this is delicious. It's been so long since I last had sukiyaki. And this soy soup goes perfectly with the meat. What are these noodles? I thought they were tofu, but they're different, crisper. They've absorbed the soup, so they're almost better than the meat. That's a kind of diet food called konjac. Konjac. You should eat the meat and build up your stamina. I'll eat the konjac and watch my calories. This fucking This is great. The two of them were very impressed by the quality of the onigiri and the sukiyaki, which they happily devoured. Itadakimasu. From the nearby table, Clark and Vince were keeping an eye on them. Chief, the sushi's good, but the sukiyaki looks divine. Oh man, that soup smells... Huh? Chief, the customer that just came in is walking towards Susanna. Who's this guy? Middle-aged man greeted Susanna. The middle-aged man. David, this is Mr. Demir from Demir Music. He's taking care of our performances in Italy. You had some cognac. Now I want to eat some jam. This game made me hungry. Say hi. Say hi, Susanna. What the hell? Oh, he's taking care of our... Okay. I had to pick Demir. I don't know why it faded out. I'm Demir. Pleased to meet you. It's Jeremy Irons. I came here to meet a colleague from a Japanese music firm, and I happened to notice the two of you. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Mr. David. Please, take a seat with us, Mr. Demir. Come visit Hawaii? Alright. Alright, I'll hold you to that. Rome must be smaller than I thought. I never would have guessed I'd find you here. Are you visiting Piazza di Spagna? No. Yes, so our main reason for being here was to find out more about a certain crest. Oh, she's still investigating the crest. A crest, you say? Collecting photos and drawings of coats and arms is actually a hobby of mine. What kind of crest would that be? Oh, damn. How convenient! David unfolded the cloth, revealing the crest. I imagine Japanese food in Hawaii is really good. It's like way closer to real shit than probably something you'd find in Texas. Although I'm pretty sure there's probably a Japanese family business somewhere in Texas that just makes the best shit. David unfolded the cloth, revealing the crest. This is it. We've been hitting all the libraries we could find, but we couldn't find the specific crest in any reference book. I have to admit, this is the first time I've seen such a magnificent crest. Where did you find it? Would you mind parting with this? A million options here, I imagine. Yeah, you guys got a Don Quixote store. You guys got Don Quixote stores. I'd like to find out to which family it belongs first. Once I do, I'll gladly let you have it. You know, a long time ago, the British used to consult a fortune teller when looking for someone or something in Rome. The fortune tellers here are particularly accurate, you see. Boy, they're fun to explore. You can practice all your Japanese there. I could. Fortune teller, huh? If you're considering it, I can introduce you to a good place I know. Oh boy, this could be interesting. Talking to a fortune teller seems interesting. How about it, David? It might be fun. It's in the alley next to the... It's in an alley. Don't trust this guy. It's in an alley next to the nightclub Paradise. There should be a sign that says Nuzel. It's pretty well known in the area, so if you ask people around, they should be able to point you in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Demi. We'll go there as soon as we finish eating. Once you find out what you need, please contact me. I'd really like to have this crest. Maybe something to consider? Maybe something to consider, Reg. David and Susanna left the restaurant, tailed by Clark and Vince. Seriously, a fortune teller? You think they try asking a detective first? These guys. At a glance, there's nothing suspicious about this Demir guy, but think about it. He just happened to come to that restaurant, just happened to know a lot about crests. Way too convenient. Problem is, we can't follow him inside the fortune teller's shop now, can we? They probably do strip shows at nightclubs in Rome. Maybe we should take a seat inside, grab something to eat, enjoy the show. Part of the Italian experience. Vince is a pervert. Neon sign reads Paradise. They're going into that alley. Cut the crap, keep your eyes open. David and Susanna entered the alley looking for Nuzel's shop. These backgrounds are all great. I like the harsh, contrast on them. It's really good. It sure is dark in this alley. Perfect place for a mugging. This should be the place. I don't see any signs that say Nuzel. Real fortune teller shops wouldn't have a big sign. They get their customers mostly through word of mouth. It said having too many customers lowers energy. They don't do that if they don't think they need it, though. I wonder how many people come here looking for it but give up because they can't find it. It'll be fine. Fortune tellers have powers, you know. They know when someone's looking for them, and they'll put out a sign of some kind to help them find the place. They don't do that if they don't think they need it, though. Oh, the signs. Yeah, okay. She's already said that. You're pretty knowledgeable about this. Here we go. There it is. It says Noozle on the wall. Let's go inside, David. David looked at the letters on the wall. The inscription was the size of a business card. Impressed by Suzanne's eyesight, he followed her through the door she opened. The fortune teller's house was wrapped in black curtains. It was so dimly lit that David and Susanna were forced to walk carefully so as not to stumble. I don't know, Wasabi. We'll find out. The voice of a man came from the back. I think we'll be okay. Open the curtains. David did as told and peered inside. The room beyond was also shrouded in black curtains. A single lit candle on the table provided a small source of light. There were no signs of the owner of the voice. Approach the table. David and Susanna approached the table as told. Well met. I am Michael, the fortune teller. Michael, the fortune teller. No relation to Tim the enchanter. The candle flickered at Michael's words, as if the voice came from the candle itself. Seems you have been looking for someone. How did he know? We haven't said anything yet. I am no mere fortune teller. I am a sorcerer, wielder of dark magics. At the mention of dark magics, David wondered if he wasn't in another one of his dreams. David, what should we do? I'm scared. There is nothing to be afraid of. Simply tell me the age and the name of the person you are looking for. If you brought any of their belongings, leave them on the table. If it's Tim Curry, could you imagine? I think the fortune teller is the candle. I think he's invisible. David spread the cloth with the crest on the table and spoke up. Damn, it's a guy. I know. I don't think I'm good. Yeah, I'm feeling the good fortune. At least I know I'll survive the onslaught. I want to find another owner of the coat of arms embroidered on this handkerchief. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about this person. Just from this piece of cloth. I guess it's impossible just from the crest. Silence, woman. I could easily find out with my dark arts, but I would extinguish yet another one of the lights of my life if I were to do so. If that's a matter of money, we have it. How much? You think I would exchange my very life for money? I have more money than I'd ever need. I won't use my magic for someone who ignores the value of life. Leave! The flame of the candle swayed violently. Oh no. We're saving. Yes. Select slot 5. Mr. Michael, if you truly are a sorcerer as you claim, would you refuse to help us after seeing us in person? The black curtains moved. Michael was apparently looking at Susanna and David. Michael let out a gasp. My apologies. I shall proceed to use my dark magics. Oh, he recognized David. David was going to ask Susanna about the sudden change in Michael's attitude, but he was interrupted before he could. I will attempt to follow the residual thoughts on this cloth, but I cannot do this by myself. I must borrow your energy waves. Our energy waves? I don't get it, but if it helps us solve the mystery of this crest, go ahead. Thank you. I shall now follow the residual thoughts and send you what I perceive. Abandon all trivial thoughts and open your mind. Let us begin. Once he could no longer hear Michael's voice, David felt some kind of weight in his mind. He thought to himself that he was receiving Michael's thoughts. David tried to focus on the weight, but nothing seemed to happen. Then, he started feeling drained for some reason. Then he heard Michael's voice, or rather, his voice resonated within his head. The ancestors of the owner of this cloth betrayed the Devil King. They'll be rewarded with eternal happiness in the kingdom of God, but they've hidden their history in coat of arms, fearing dark retribution. I've identified the residual thoughts. I should be able to track them to their source. David was now convinced that he was in one of his dreams, but unlike the other times, he now wanted to see where it would lead. Do you see it? What was it? It was a weird little man. This is the building I see in my mind. Oh, it's a castle. Do you see it? This magnificent building is the source of the coat of arms. I shall now confirm its location. David observed the building pictured in his mind. It was some kind of castle. The image faded from his mind. David could now hear Michael's voice through his ears. This is all I can do. I hope it proves useful. Could you draw us a map? We have to go there. The black curtain swayed, and a slip of paper came out of the gap. Susanna took it and handed over a large sum of money in return. We're done here. Let's go, David. As he grabbed Susanna's hand, David chuckled bitterly to himself, thinking, it felt very realistic for a dream. But is it a dream? I'm not even convinced that was a dream. It was like the most pleasant dream yet. After leaving the darkness of Michael's residence, David was blinded by the sudden sunlight. After a few seconds, he became used to the light. He was now convinced that his meeting with Michael was not a dream. Yeah, it wasn't a dream at all. Should we follow Michael's map? Of course. First, there's something I'd like to ask you. Michael changed his attitude at your words. Could you tell me why? It's because you're very popular here in Rome. Your presence here should be all over the newspapers. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't know who you are, David. Somehow, he failed to recognize you, but once I told him who you were, he figured he could brag to have had David, the famous singer of Elenovision, among his clients. She is lying. You are a liar. She is a liar. David wasn't fully satisfied with his explanation, but he kept the conversation going. Is that so? What about when he used his magic? It was like one of my dreams. Didn't you feel tired? Felt like he was draining my energy. I'm okay, but you do look a little pale. Maybe we should go back to the hotel. Yeah, he totally did this for clout, guys. He totally did it for clout. Come this far. I really want to know who the owner of this crest is. Look, there's a taxi over there. Let's go. David and Susanna entered the tech. Grandma! Spooky skeleton grandma. Look at her creepy mouth. Clark and Vince saw them leave and hurried to find a taxi of their own.
Grandma! 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 Grandma!
Maybe we should go back to the lab. Just as David's taxi was leaving their site, they were able to find their ride. Yeah, he's based on the frontman for the band Japan, and the frontman for the band, David David Sweet and Low. He had hair like that. Hello, good sir. See that taxi? Would you please follow? Lucky for them, there were no other taxis on the road. The rest were private cars. Yeah, David Sylvian. No, Sweet and Low. Damn it, another car got in between us. Tell him to step on the gas already. Jeez. Don't they know how to drive in Rome? They don't know how to drive in Rome, guys. We're getting away from the hotel. Where do you think they're headed? The taxi's headed for the river Tiber. They may be headed for San Pietro's Basilica in Vatican City. Oh, really? That's a real thing? The Vatican is the smallest country in the world. Some call it the land of God, some the kingdom of the Holy Spirit, others the headquarters of the Catholic Church. I'm pretty sure everybody calls it all three of those things at the same time. There are rumors that the Pope has enough authority to run the world. Well, David Spade. Damn it. Yep, Vatican's totally getting involved. It was bound to get involved. You sure know a lot of stuff, Vince. The Vatican is just 0.44 square kilometers. And yet it has over 100 embassies all over the world. It's one of the richest countries out there. It's very small. It's a very small country. We just crossed Ponte Sant'Angelo. You're right, Chief. We're going to San Pietro's Basilica. Huh, weird. They just crossed Piazza San Pietro. They're going to the Basilica then. Wait. They're going to the Basilica. This is where they'd get off. They're not going to the Basilica. Drove past the Vatican museums. They just keep going, huh? Leonardo da Vinci spent quite some time around these parts ostensibly. Thank you, Clark, for the fun fact. They turned again. I have no idea where they're going. Well, they finally stopped. They got off, but the taxi's just parked there. Maybe they told them to wait. Let's stay here and see what they do. Vatican facts! Vatican facts! David and Susanna got off the taxi and looked around them. Look, David. This is it. Yeah, no doubt about it. This is the castle we saw. Michael's magic was real. Let's see if we can notice the crest anywhere. Michael said their family passed down a coat of arms in secret. I can't imagine they'd build such a grandiose building without sticking the crest somewhere. David and Susanna walked around the building, examining it accurately? Acutely? There it is. Engraved on the gatepost. Same size as the one on the handkerchief. You're right. It has no colors, but it's definitely the same design. It's so small that you wouldn't normally notice it if you weren't looking for it. I'm glad we finally found the crest. Michael also mentioned the Devil King. I'm sure the old man from your dream is pleased. Looks like the nameplate reads, Damiel Horkai. David felt like he'd heard the name somewhere before, but couldn't remember exactly where. This is the end of my search. Thank you, Susanna. If it weren't for you, that old man would have haunted my dreams again tonight. Now I can go back to the hotel without worrying. Hooray! Now I can finally watch Top Gear in peace. David and Susanna entered the taxi again. Well, they got on the taxi again. What do we do? Yeah, it's Horkai. Yeah, the guy who was with the other Susanna with the Water of Life. I'm getting off to check whatever the hell they're looking at. You keep following them. We'll We'll regroup at the hotel. Clark got off the taxi and Vince followed David and Susanna. Clark approached the gate post David and Susanna were inspecting. Well, this is the same crest drawn on that handkerchief. Did the fortune teller tell him to come here or something? We'll find out. I guess we'll just find out, guys. Oh, damn. Her investigation had to get approved through the church. I feel like that should have been a fast approval process. Should have been. Or just investigate. Just make that a default. Okay, if somebody goes missing, just look for them. As soon as he returned to the hotel, David went to sleep without even taking his clothes off. He felt as if Michael, the fortune teller, had absorbed all of his energy. He was feeling better by the time Alan called him on the phone later on. Oh, Clark better not die. I like Clark. Clark had better be like the last character alive. Oh, I've heard about that. I think I heard about that in 1980. Wasn't there a movie based on that? When David came down to the lobby, the rest of the band was waiting for him, including Susanna. Hey there, my man. How you feeling? You're looking good. We were just talking about changing the order of the songs for the concert tomorrow. Nice. The band. Remember the band, guys? Your songs are just too powerful, David. We're thinking about how to keep all that energy down so the audience won't go crazy again. Yeah, for those who don't know, last concert people started clawing at their faces until they were like bleeding and going to the hospital. So, like, Susanna got David to calm down and play, like, a ballad, and they started calming down and, like, kissing on each other, and then he played, like, another heavy song, but it wasn't as heavy, so they weren't clawing at their faces. The last concert was basically Astro World. Other bands probably think we're full of it, but you have to do something before people actually get hurt. What do you think, David? Susanna managed to save our last concert, but yeah, I agree. We should change the song order. That settles the matter. Now let's go eat. I found a good place. It's nice and quiet. We booked it for the entire evening, so we can eat and drink without being bothered. David, don't you dare leave us halfway through this time. The band left from the back of the hotel in 2 separate taxis. Clark and Vince tailed them in their own car. Maybe what if it's another Japanese restaurant? They drove downtown. Could you imagine? Well, you know, we figured we could eat, like, you know, Italian food anytime here, so we're getting some Japanese. They drove downtown and stopped under a neon sign reading Canzone. I don't think that's Japanese. Hey, they found a picture of an Italian restaurant with some Italians in it. As they walked through the door, the other customers stood up and clapped for them. When I told the neighbors that Eleno Vision made a reservation, they all decided to come here to see you, Mr. David. I'm gonna turn off the sign. We're gonna be flooded. Hey, we got it. We got Italian pictures. While there were some young people, most of the customers were elderly. Rather than a party with their fans, it felt more akin to a family meal. Well, we figured we could get authentic Italian food anytime, so we just went to the Olive Garden. Can you imagine? Is there even such a thing as an Olive Garden in Italy? For, like, the tourists? Oh man, I don't think it's gonna be very quiet. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned we're Eleno Vision. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have mentioned we were Eleno Vision. fine. We haven't had this kind of atmosphere since we left London. I don't mind this once in a while. Please take a seat. This is going to be a fun night. I hope you're ready to drink till the sun comes up. Once they were all seated, they started with a toast, then they started bringing in an endless stream of food. From raw oysters to grilled lamb. There was a small stage inside the restaurant. One of the old men from the neighborhood was there singing an Italian song. They were all listening, enjoying the performance. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I think I'm with you, Plague Warden. That would just be hilarious, though. It would be it would be so stupid. Big food. We got big food. We got a big food moment. Second of 2 big food moments so far. There was a small stage. They were all listening, enjoying the performance. Big lamb. They're eating big giant lamb hotches. Outside the restaurant with Clark and Vince. We're Clark and Vince waiting inside their car being fucking late losers, not eating big, delicious roasted lamb haunches with everybody else. They're just being fucking busybodies in their cars, sneaking around, get you nowhere. Nobody's gonna believe they're closed with all the noise they're making in there. Welcome to the fucking Funmobile, where all the fun havers are having fun, watching other people have fun. Well, gotta be on the lookout while Susanna's in there still. Can't believe how popular David is. All the way here in Rome. I've been thinking, after all that trouble to find the house with the crest, why would David just leave? I would have gone inside. Don't ask me. I'm gonna keep an eye here. Why don't you go buy us some hot dogs? From the looks of it, it's gonna be a long night. Buy some hot dogs. Go out and find a hot dog stand. It was midnight. Nobody seemed ready to leave the party yet. David, drunk with wine, was almost in a daze, resting his chin on his hands. How do you feel, David? You can barely keep your eyes open by the looks of it. I'm okay. Italians sure know how to party, huh? It's not just Italians. Look, Andrew's trying to sing in Italian too. Great. Good job, Ed. Go get him, Andrew. Knock him dead. I think I might be a little drunk. I'm gonna go outside and get some night air. I'll be right back. Don't worry. He's gonna have another dream. He's having another dream right now. It instantly has another dream. Yeah, they're always. David stepped up outside and went on a short walk, taking in the fresh air, trying to sober up. Unlike the shopping districts, there were barely any cars around after midnight, so David thought it was a good time for a walk. Nice night for a walk. As he walked, David thought there was something off about his surroundings. Never been here, but these streets are familiar. David felt like he was moving through muscle memory alone, as if he had always walked these streets. There should be an alley around the corner. David turned down the road and he stopped, dumbfounded. That's the residence of Damiel Horkai, the owner of that crest. How did I get to Ottaviano District? Because you're dreaming. You drunk asshole, you fell asleep at the table. He approached the gate, and then he heard a scream coming from inside. Murder! Sir Horkai was murdered! He saw a silhouette through the closed gates. The shadow ran in front of him before disappearing into the darkness. What happened? For a moment, I think I recognized that face. Who was that? The gates of Horkai's residence opened and a group of men wielding sticks came out surrounding him. It's him! He murdered Sir Horkai! Kill him! No, you've got the wrong man. The killer went that way! You take me for an idiot? I've seen the face of the killer and it was you! Kill him! Now there was another David. He saw in the dream the guy who guillotined the priest was a guy who looked just like David. David tried to run away, but he was soon surrounded. There was no room for escape. That's a... Well, it could be the doppelganger being a mirror image of David. So far, it hasn't had much to do with mirrors at all. Avenge the master! And the axe swung in front of his face. Ah! He heard the sound of a bottle shattering. David, what happened? Oh, you're soaked with wine. David ran his fingers through his shirt, damp with wine. He realized he had another nightmare. Sorry. My hand slipped. Must be more drunk than I thought. You better not have another glass, or you'll be a mess you'll be a mess during tomorrow's concert. The sound of David's bottle crashing on the floor brought the party to an end. Okay. So I guess it's fine. Next day? Maybe? Or is he gonna go to bed and have another dream? Back at the hotel, David was worried about having a nightmare, so he asked Susanna to give him some pills. Pills here! I think I actually have that sound.
Pills! Pills! Oh, yes.
I have that one.
Pills here.
Okay, I do have it. Whether it was pills or wine, David fell asleep without dreaming and was able to wake up late in the morning feeling refreshed. This is just making you a narcoleptic. The dreams are gonna get in one way or another. They're gonna get in one way or another, David. All that Italian wine. Once again, Clark and Vin, bare feet stomping on in the wine. Clark and Vince were inside their car, parked behind the hotel. I'm more of a whiskey guy. Something about bare feet stomping on grapes just doesn't sound particularly delicious. There's been no changes in Susanna's behavior during her stay in Rome. They could wear like wooden shoes or something. They could wear shoes. They could like go in there with hammers. I'd eat hammered wine. I'd get hammered on hammer wine. There's been no changes in Susanna's behavior during your stay in Rome. Really, Dana? They should be leaving for Germany after tonight's concert. Oh, we're going to Germany, too. You read the papers this morning? I could hardly believe it myself. Damiel Horkai, owner of that house with the crest, was found murdered. Yeah, I'd rather get hammered on hammer wine. It's just me. Oh, God. Yeah, the dreams are probably gonna be pretty special. Yeah, it appears he was murdered around midnight. We were outside the restaurant the whole time, so we know Susanna had nothing to do with it. David searches for the crest. A fortune teller points the way. He finds Horkai. Bam! Dead. I don't think it's a coincidence. We're talking about an earl here. One with a close connection to the Pope. This ain't your run-of-the-mill murder. Chief, I know you're trying to find something on Susanna, and I agree she does act suspicious here and there, but we can't pin Horkai's murder on her. It has to be a coincidence. After the sun went down, the Leno Vision was ready to begin their last concert in Rome. Just like the previous time, David's energy fueled the crowd's excitement. The new sorting of the songs had the desired effect, while some of the audience collapsed from anemia. Generally speaking, the concert ended without issues. Collapsed from anemia. The next day, the band left the country from Rome's airport, seen off by a large crowd of fans. They were headed for the Frankfurt am Main Airport in West Germany. David was still unaware of the murder of Damiel Horkai. When they reached the airport, rather than by their excited fans, they were surrounded by members of the press. Reaching the hotel was more problematic than they'd expected. I guess so. I guess it was just too metal. Sucked the iron right out. When they reached the Park Hotel, near the center of Frankfurt. They found security struggling to keep their fans from crowding the entrance. Before their tour of Europe, the band wouldn't even dream to be in a similar situation. They all gathered in Alan's room. Yeah, I guess this was pre-wall. I'm glad we decided to go on this tour. Who knew we'd ever be this popular? This is cool and all, but I can't wait to go back to England. You know what? I'm gonna write a new song for the last concert back home. Good job. Good, you do that, Martin. Well, we got 2 days before our next performance. What are we doing in the meantime? Some friends of mine asked me to buy some souvenirs, so I'd like to go out. Where's Susanna? I think she got a call from our promoter and left. Yeah, let's work on our new song. You weren't there last time, David, so... Getting a little sus, I agree. You got 2 days, so you better make time for that. That said, how about we eat something? The band left the hotel to look for a restaurant. I'm betting there's, like, multiple endings, but I don't think we've hit any, like, major important choices yet after all this time. Meanwhile, Clark and Vince were driving through the Marschenstrasse. They were, of course, tailing Susanna's taxi. Yeah, we're going to a Japanese restaurant in Germany. Not even a day since they're in West Germany, and Susanna's already going on a trip all by herself. Where do you think she's going? Man, they're just right on their heels, aren't they? We're already past Castle, so maybe she's going to Hamlin. She's got to be meeting up with somebody. She's going to Hamlin for pies. Piping hot Piper pies. I hope so. I really want to try out this baby. This wiretap here is state of the art. West German made. Shame we didn't have it back then in Paris. It was recommended by a fellow detective from West Germany. He says it's the best thing his company's ever made. We're almost in Hamlin. Is she gonna stop here? It's like she's stopping, guys. She's going to Hamlin. Susanna's car stopped in front of a Riverside restaurant. She walked inside. After confirming the name of the restaurant from its sign, Clark and Vince followed her. If it's not a Japanese, it's not a Japanese restaurant. Stream over. Stream over, not a Japanese restaurant. The restaurant was surprisingly crowded considering its rural position. Susanna was seated at a table in the corner. As there were no empty tables close by, Clark and Vince were forced to take a seat further away than they'd intended. On Clark's prompt, Vince approached the table next to Susanna's and exchanged a few words with the customer. Vince returned a few moments later. It's done, Chief. Wiretaps under her table. Oh, damn. Wiretapping. Way to go. By the way, what'd you tell the guy? I told him that his plate looked delicious and asked him the name of the dish. Apparently, they're fried herrings. Cheapest and yet tastiest dish of this place. I don't really like fish, but if you're coming here, you just gotta try them, so... The food ads. If you don't, this guy might come here and start chatting us up in German. Then Susanna might notice us. It'll all go south from there, so you better order your damn herrings. Damn dirty herrings. Alright, I get it. But you gotta eat them too, Chief. As the fried herrings were brought to their table, a man sat in front of Susanna. Vince took a picture of the man with a hidden camera, while Clark put on an earphone. What they say? Ooh, push any key to start reading from the CD-ROM. That was a hell of a development. The suspense is real. See, this is how you do load times, guys. This is how you do load times. Could go any direction. This is so good. Oh. Ah. myself. Man, yeah, that was a lot of... There's a lot of tension. This game is so tense. It could have crashed. It could even have crashed. What if it crashed, guys? Maybe it crashed just now. We'll never know. We'll just be sitting here for the next 7 hours, waiting for it to read the data. Any day now. Any day now. So dusty. Oh, they're all fucked up too. This man was about 30 years old or so from the way he was dressed. Clark had the feeling he was some kind of artist rather than a businessman. Susanna greeted him with a smile, as if she was acquainted with him. Okay, this guy doesn't even look remotely familiar. My name is Gockel. His name is Gockel. Thank you for your help back in London. Alright, save. Let's keep it on save 1. I don't think we're hitting major... most of these options are just who's talking next. And they're kind of just illusions of choice so you can save the game. Thank you for coming all the way here. Have there been any changes in the Devil King's condition? They know who he is. The wall between dream and reality is beginning to collapse. His body shows the bruises from injuries he receives in his dreams. There is no better proof. Yesterday I've been told that the blood of the betrayer has been severed. This is wonderful news. Yet another sign of the power of the Devil King. It was another miracle born from his dream. Oh yeah, she killed Claire. She killed Claire to get here and do all this. Seemingly, there is someone capable of severing the blood of sorcery here in West Germany. Oh, somebody's capable of severing the blood of sorcery. You know who it is? You know who it is? I know who it is. There's only one man that can stop this madness. Only one. The Schottenjäger. It's gonna be Gabriel Knight versus David Astley. They're in Germany. Seemingly, there's someone capable of severing the blood of sorcery here in West Germany, but we've been unable to find any leads. We need the power of the Devil King for that. Speaking of which, did you bring what we talked about? Gockel took out a small box from his Gockel pocket and placed it on the table and opened it. So this is the ring mentioned in the London gathering. Are you sure I can take it? Gockel spoke. I just like saying Gockel. This ring is more valuable than our own lives. We would all give them gladly for the sake of the rebirth. Take it. From dream to reality. From reality to dream. May our dearest wish come true. By the way, David's becoming more and more popular. Must be hard taking care of him. I admit that it's hard getting used to it, but I'm always busy dealing with security and the press. We better eat up before our food gets cold. Riveting conversation. Susanna put the ring box in her bag and started eating her meal with Gockel. Gockel! Hey, we got another side picture of the detectives. Come on, Chief, it's not fair. I want to listen too. You can listen to the tape later. Eat your herring. At least tell me what they're talking about. It's not something you get if I paraphrase, so just wait until later. You'll hear it from the tape. I guess so. Just give me the keynotes. Seems that Susanna and the goggle guy met at some meeting in London. They're talking about this Devil King, blood of the betrayer, severing the blood of sorcery. This Devil King could be some kind of nickname. But the rest just sounds like kooky occult crap. It sounds like the purpose of this meeting was for Gockel to give Susanna some kind of prized ring. She already put it in her bag, though. I didn't get a look at it. Yeah, I don't get what they're talking about at all. I'll listen to the tape later. Susanna and Gockel finished their meal and left. You follow Gockel! You follow Gockel! I'll keep tailing Susanna. Clark always follows Susanna. He always makes Vince follow the guy. Clark and Vince followed their two marks. Gockel let Susanna into his car and drove off. Gockel was driving towards Frankfurt. Just as the sun was setting and the artificial illuminations were lighting up, Gockel stopped near David's hotel. After dropping Susanna off, he drove away. After dropping Clark off, Vince went after Gockel's car. I like that they did the cops thing with the investigators, while also going back to the POV of the characters who they were following, but still kept the motivations of one of those characters a secret, so it still felt like a revelation to the viewer and the reader when the cops found something out. Instead of it being like a Columbo thing where you see the killer do exactly what the killer does, and then you see Columbo figure it out. This is really well done. Susanna went inside the hotel. She addressed the clerk at the front desk. Is the band here? They left a while ago. They left the keys in my care, so they must still be out. Susanna took her room key and headed for the elevator. I'm ready. Around 10 o'clock, the band returned to the hotel. Andrew was not with them. Where was Andrew? You okay, David? Might have had one beer too many. No way. I'm great. German beer's the best in the world. Can't get sick from it ever. You believe Andrew? The woman shows the slightest interest in him and off he goes. Oh, that's where Andrew went. He's getting laid. He's cool. Wish I could be like him. I don't have anything else besides music. Not even Susanna? You're... Damn. Yeah, I don't think we're practicing our new song tomorrow. Andrew's probably gonna be wasted tomorrow. I think Susanna's back. You think Susanna's back? She was checking out the venue, right? She's a hard worker, that woman. The tour wouldn't be this successful without her. Ellen, I heard there's some issues with the manufacturing of our records. How much are we really gonna earn from this ordeal? Well, revenue's split 50-50 between the band and the office, so, individually... I'm too drunk to do math, but I'm pretty sure we'll be rolling in it. A lot of even really famous musicians sometimes don't get paid nearly enough. I'm off to bed. I'd better sleep while I'm drunk, or I'll have nightmares. 50-50 split's actually kind of good. Is Andrew gonna be okay on his own? He always got carried away easily. Yeah, it's foul shit. It's definitely, this is all foul shit. Is Andrew gonna be okay on his own? He always got carried away easily. Just got worse with popularity. Don't worry about what happened at the Italian restaurant. In the end, we all had fun. For Andrew, he's a big boy. He can take care of himself. Let's get some sleep. The three of them went to their respective rooms. As David was getting dressed, someone knocked on the door. He opened the door. It was Susanna. You're back. Oh dear, your face is all red. You've been drinking, haven't you? No! Just a little. David let Susanna in, closed the door, and kissed her. I love you too. Oh, I brought you some medicine. How are you feeling? I think I'm okay, but I'll take some just in case. The nightmare guy shows up whether I feel well or not. The nightmare guy. We're gonna have drunk sex. David, I have to tell you something about your nightmares. Listen to me, okay? Susanna took the ring out of her pocket and handed it to David. I found this ring. What does it have to do with my nightmares? She found the ring, guys. She found it. It wasn't given to her. She found it. It said that you won't have nightmares if you wear this ring. Someone at the promoter's office is into exorcisms. I told them that I was having constant nightmares. They recommended this to me. Yeah, fucking buy it. Buy that line of bullshit, David. Like some kind of dream catcher. Never took you for the superstitious type. I can understand pills, but I don't see how a ring would do much of anything. Mind over matter, as they say. If you convince yourself that you won't have nightmares wearing the ring, then you won't have them. Wouldn't hurt to try. Besides, you went through the trouble of getting it for me. Is this thing even gonna fit? I know what you mean. David put on the ring. What do you know? Just my size. Wow. I have to admit, it's a pretty wicked design. It might actually work. Save the game. We still haven't made any major choices yet. I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will too. At that moment, the phone rang. Hey, Alan. What's up? Andrew? Okay, I'll call Susanna. We'll meet up in the lobby. Did something happen to Andrew? Apparently he lost a whole lot of money playing cards. You see, we were about to come back here when he met a woman who could speak English, and she swindled him. We better go before we have a major problem on our hands. I'll get the checkbook. We'll meet in the lobby. Yeah, I think he's okay. Susanna left the room. David felt uneasy as he thought about Andrew's situation. He set his eyes on the pills Susanna brought him. He always felt more confident after taking them, as if everything would go the way he wanted to. He considered taking them now, to quell his anxiety. First real choice! First real choice, guys! We're gonna save this in slot... I'm gonna save this in slot 9. I'm gonna save this in slot 9, but I also saved it in slot 2. This is the only real... After how many hours playing this? About 4.5? Actually, 5.5. They'll help with my anxiety. I'll take some. Let's not rely on them. What should we do? What should we do? This will affect the ending, guys. We're gonna do both. We're gonna do both of them. We gotta do both of them. Oh, but what'll get us good ending? Chat, I'm leaving it in your hands. Putting it in your hands. I'm putting my own vote in too, so I'm making the choice also. You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm not gonna tell you when I vote. I want you guys to vote. If you don't see it, hit refresh your chat. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh. 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 It's getting tied up. If it's tied, then I don't know. I'll just go with whatever I secretly vote. You don't know whether I voted or not, guys. I may be voting right now. I'm voting right now. But I already voted. Or did I? Did I vote just now? If it ties, I'll tell you guys what I may or may not have voted for. And go with that. Oh, we got... You know, I should have made it 1 minute. I should have made it 1 minute. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, they're trying to keep it even. The vote could be coming from inside the house. It could be happening right now. I could be voting right now. You never know. I mean, you probably know because it's not moving. Oh man, it's 7-6. It could be, it's anybody's game. 30 seconds. Around 30 seconds. Now it's like 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is it really gonna be tied? Is it really? It's really gonna be tied. It's really gonna be tied. I voted I'll take some. David left his room. He ate the pills. He ate the pills. We'll go back. We'll go back. I know this is the wrong choice. Alan and Martin were waiting in the lobby. Did you talk to Susanna? That was a battle, guys. Did you talk to Susanna? David spoke. Yeah, talk to him. You're all confident now with your confidence pills. Yeah, she'll join us in a minute. How much money are we talking about? He said he lost about 200 Deutschmarks. Hey, I remembered. He said he lost about 20,000 Deutschmarks, about 32,000 American dollars. He doesn't have that much, so we'll have to ask Susanna for a loan. Susanna arrived. Susanna spake. Susanna spoke, Alan spoke. Susanna spoke. So I've heard. How much did Andrew lose? He told me 20,000 Deutschmarks, but knowing him, he might still be playing, trying to recoup his losses. Jesus. I brought the checkbook. I can pay what he owes, but it'll be subtracted from Andrew's income. Let's go. Andrew, you fool. They hailed the cab in front of the hotel and headed towards the establishment where Andrew was. Once they arrived, they found Andrew playing cards with a well-dressed gentleman. Oh no. Not like this. Yo, lost a bit more, but my luck's starting to change. I can feel it. Just give me a few, all right? Andrew! Andrew! You've cost the record label fucking $32,000 and climbing. You shouldn't gamble when you're so drunk, Andrew. Let's go. Andrew, I can't believe. I'm surprised at you, Andrew. All right, let's make this count. I'm betting 10,000 Deutschmarks on this. I'm sure you guys brought Lady Luck herself with you. Andrew looks like Dana Carvey. He kinda does, Wasabi. Hey, welcome back, sugars. A lot of weird things have happened. Right now, Andrew is up to his balls in Deutschmark debt. The gambler spoke. Considering how much you've let me earn, I'll gladly allow you to pick the stakes. I have to say, you British people are quite the jolly fellows. The man dealt the cards. Andrew had a 3 of a kind. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That'll change 2. After exchanging 2 cards, he still only had a 3 of a kind. And worse high cards, too. Way worse high cards. That was shit. Full house, 4s and 8s. It appears you now owe me 30,000 Deutschmarks, Mr. Andrew. Would you like to continue? No way I'm stopping. I'm gonna win 10 times as much, right, Susanna? Oh. No, Andrew, stop playing. He is a professional. You will never be able to win. I'm not retreating like a loser. I'm paying until I get it all back. Come on, man. We're worried about you. Let's go. David was fascinated by the stakes at play. Thought of making 10,000 Deutschmarks in a matter of seconds. Another one! Another choice! Another big choice. We're putting that... Okay, so with the choices start at save slot 9. I'm not going to replace save slot 9. I am putting this at save slot 3, though. This is... Oh, shit. Switch with Andrew. I'm not even... I'm too curious, guys. I have to just take the reins on this one. Because we have the fucking magic pills, we're gonna use our magic wizard powers to get all his money back. This is obvious bad ending path, but it's gonna be sick. David pushed Andrew off the chair and sat in his place. What are you doing, David? Can't you see I'm playing? You could play until morning and never win. He's a pro. Let me do this before you bet your clothes as well. You lost your mind? You can never beat me at poker. You think you can beat this guy? We're here to bring Andrew back, man. What's gotten into you? David, please stop. Let's not waste any time. 20,000 Deutschmarks. Fine by me. You're David, aren't you? I'm actually a fan of yours, so I'm honored to meet you. That said, I'm not gonna hold back. The man dealt the cards slowly and methodically. This is sick. This game is so fucking good. He was clearly enjoying himself. David looked at his cards. 3 of a kind, 3s, an ace, and a 4. How many would you like to change? I'm changing 4. He's changing 4. He got rid of all but the ace. Are you gonna change any? Kept the ace. No, I'm fine as I am. The man showed his hand. He had 4 of a kind kings. He had a 4 of a kind from the start. Seriously? Guys, now is not the time for pizza time! It is not pizza time right now, Baines, damn it! Damn it! No! 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 No pizza time! You get visual pizza time! Let's show him the business by revealing 5 kings. I hope you're not implying I've been cheating, sir. Do you have any proof? Oh boy. Alright, fine. You get your stupid pizza music. Here's your stupid pizza music. What's he gonna reveal, guys? Andrew, shut the hell up. Oh, fuck. 4 of a kind aces. Aces are better than kings, so I win. How about another round? I'm not very good at dealing. You be my guest. I can't believe it. They both had 4 of a kinds. You're one lucky bastard, David. What the hell is going... Guys! Jesus Christ. He had the 4-of-a-kind aces. Okay. Susanna spoke, Andrew spoke. Susanna spoke. David, please, isn't this enough? We're only down 10,000 Deutschmarks now, so... You have quite the luck, Mr. David. I'll have to take this seriously. The man shuffled the cards carefully. He offered the deck to David, but he didn't even so much as touch it. The man then proceeded to deal the cards. David's cards were scattered on the table. How many are you going to change? Gambler choose a royal flush. We show him a quadruple Yakuza. All 5. In some game rules, that's illegal, and you have to keep at least like 1 or 2. But not this game. David changed his entire hand. I'm fine as it is. Yeah, he's cheating. It was a royal straight flush of hearts. What the? You gotta be kidding. Those cards must be marked or something. Please, I'm a professional. However, Mr. David did not cut the deck. I assume no responsibility. Spades are better than hearts, right? David showed his hands. It was a royal straight flush of spades. It appears you were too naive, sir. If you're going to cheat, you should at least pick the best possible hand. This can't be real. That's fucking awesome. And now we're 10,000 Deutschmarks over. But I'll let you keep them as my thank you for looking after our Andrew this long. What happened to you, David? Well, I suppose you solved this issue. Let's go back. This was literally a miracle. I'm getting the same vibes I get from our concerts. Man, what a thrill! For Andrew's sake, let's forget this ever happened. As for you two, Andrew, David, promise me you'll never gamble again. You are musicians. The band left the casino and took a taxi back to the hotel. The gambler didn't even have the strength to give it up from his chair. He mumbled to himself, fiddling with the cards. This is the first time I've lost after cheating so much. I lost to a complete amateur. Am I getting too old for this? So bummed. No, Baines. I turned it back on, Baines. I turned it back on. You heard her, Rig. No more Gamba. Back at the hotel, David was having trouble falling asleep, still excited after a showdown with the pro gambler. He turned off the lights and laid on the bed to no avail. He raised his hand toward the ceiling and looked up for no particular reason. The faint moonlight coming from the window illuminated his hand in the darkness of the night. He noticed some kind of aura around his hand. He kept staring at his hand. Slowly and steadily, the energy was changing shape, following his imagination. Yeah, that was only going to end badly, but it was cool. I had to go for cool. He could see a castle surrounded by nature. The scene changed to two men talking from the top of the castle, looking down at the nature, stretching as far as the eye could see. One of the men looked like David. It wasn't a simple resemblance, however. It was David, as he would look like 10 years in the future. Jesus! David! David, you're not gonna age well! This is all thanks to your dark arts, Master Hroth. The lands have never been more fertile. Oh no, Rig is craving the gamba! The lands have never been more fertile. People are eternally grateful to you. Apparently, the man who looked like the older David was called Hroth. Hroth spoke. Okay, that's not. This is Hroth. Oh, he does. He's got like Egyptian shit on. Gabriel Knight. Oh, yeah. This actually shares a lot of like interesting DNA with Gabriel Knight. Even the music sounds kind of familiar. Hell, even the main character, there is kind of a passing resemblance there, right? And then there's the crazy thing, and the crazy thing is that Sins of the Fathers came out when? 1993, 3 years after this came out. No need to be honest, Lafir. My dark arts merely laid the groundwork. Everything else was yours. Lafir, the other man, seemed to be around 80 years old. He acted like some sort of guardian to Hroth, the king. I hope the people of the north are faring well. I'd like to send them some of our crops. Lafir spoke. Copycats. I think Jane Jensen was a big fan. I think it was more of an in the air thing. Even then, I'm not really sure. Because this guy, like, David Astley is like nothing. He's nothing at all like Gabriel Knight, other than like this passing resemblance. But yeah, they went to France, they went to Germany. The music is fantastic. I'm afraid the King of the North would refuse your assistance. As long as he and his family can live a life of luxury, he doesn't care if his people starve to death. What does King Hroth have to say? King Hroth is clearly the Demon King. This is the Demon King. Is there truly nothing we can do to save them? My liege, I ask that you forget about the people of the North. The King of the North would take any action as a personal insult. If he were to declare war, we wouldn't be able to defend ourselves. The king should strive to bring joy to his people. I wish the King of the North understood this. It's not even evil. He already accuses you of being a Devil King. I knew it. I knew his enemies called him that. I knew his enemies called him the Devil King. He already accuses you of being a Devil King who uses the dark arts for his own gain. I beg you, sire, do not stir the hornet's nest any further. Like how the transition was only in the 4-3. Then Hroth vanished, and the rest of the scenery followed. That wasn't a dream. I was conscious the entire time. I can feel it. Why am I so tired? David tried to summon the scene again, but he was too tired to focus. Soon after, he fell asleep. Yeah, his vision was becoming more real. He's wearing the ring, too. The sunlight coming through the window woke him up. His body still felt somewhat heavy, but he was able to sleep through the night. He took a shower and left the room to have breakfast. When he entered the restaurant, he saw Susanna drinking a cup of coffee and took a seat next to him. Good morning, David. You're up early, I see. It's still 10 a.m. I didn't have any nightmares this time, so I slept well. I see. I told you the ring would work. But you do look a little tired. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I didn't have any nightmares, but I had some kind of vision. Like I was seeing a recording of ancient times. That sounds interesting. Were you in there? Kind of. There was a man called Frog. He looked like me, only older. He was some kind of benevolent king, trying to make the world a better place. David told Susanna all he could remember. Yeah, the devil. So he's not a devil king. He was just called that by the king in the north. A benevolent king that looks a lot like you. That's a lovely story. So what happened with that northern kingdom? Unfortunately, that's when the scene disappeared, and I couldn't summon it again. For some reason, conjuring that footage made me very tired. Maybe you'll see the rest tonight. You should have a hearty meal and build up your stamina. On Susanna's suggestion, David ordered a 1 kilogram steak. The two of them enjoyed their meal together. And now we wait and hope it loads. It hasn't, you know, it's been doing really good so far. Big food tonight. A big cartoon steak. There it goes. After visiting the venue where they would be performing, the band went to the recording studio that Susanna had arranged for them, where they practiced the new song composed by Martin. Yeah, 1 kilogram steak, that's big food. That is big food. I kind of want to see this. I kind of want to see what a 1 kilogram steak looks like. Oh, man. Reddit watermark. Not in my town. I literally saved the photo. That's a 1 kg steak right here. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. That's plenty of meat for one guy. That's not so bad. Looks really fancy. Yeah, no, that's okay, I'd say. This song is just perfect for your voice, David. Now, I was thinking about giving it a house arrangement. Going a little more housey. I like it. Your time in France is rubbing off on you, Martin. House. I guess David could pull that off. Besides, it is a good idea to try different things. We don't want our fans to get tired of us. Yes, he does, Christy. You'll see a lot of obviously digitized photos of famous musicians in this game. And I'll get working on that ASAP. I want it to be ready for our London performance. Oh, we gotta go back to London, too. I don't know, Martin. The studio's got nothing on the equipment we have in London, right, Andrew? Honestly, I just want to leave Germany and go back home. Look at you. A few rounds of bad gambling and you're homesick. Huh? Probably starts to talk about gambling. Anyway, let's think about the arrangement when we're back in London. For now, let's keep practicing. Tomorrow's the big day, so don't push yourself, David. After finishing their practice, the band returned to the hotel. Yeah, if you've ever heard of the band Japan, Christy, the main character, David Astley, looks a lot like the frontman for that. And uses actual photos of him in concert when it does, like, concert scenes. Hey, Luke, welcome in. Clark and Vince were inside a car parked behind the cops, the Interpol cops are still following them. Tailing Susanna's movements as usual. You know that guy Susanna met at the restaurant? Gockel? Turns out he's a painter. I went to his art gallery to check out his work, and, well, I don't see how those paintings could bring home the bacon. Why, are you an art critic now? Didn't you tell me his paintings sell like hotcakes the other time? It's really good. It's really good, Luke. How have you been, man? He sells them to rich people mostly. He's a smooth talker. Said he had a lot of hobbies. Fortune telling wouldn't happen to be one of them, would it? He's got so much time and money to spare that I had to write it all down. Hold on. Ah, there it is. Yeah, he does have some interest in fortune telling. Interesting. Oh, man. Yeah, I heard you were going live. Big shout out to Loot Force. I'm glad your first stream back was good. I had a feeling you were going on today. That man Susanna met in Paris, Flannel, the CEO of that trading company. He also enjoys his fortune telling, apparently. Then there's Michael, that fortune teller Susanna and David saw in Rome. What about Michael? Now that you mentioned it, I've written down fortune telling a lot in my notebook. Came up in France, Italy, now Germany. The Hall of Spooky Faces. Alright, let's have the London Association of Detectives look into any links between Susanna and fortune telling. My gut tells me they'll find something. They finally found something that tied it all together. Which is probably... Glad you're back, Luke, for real. Holy shit. What about the client who asked us to investigate Susanna? Now give him a call once we're back in London. It's 2 a.m. now. They got a concert tomorrow. I doubt they're doing anything tonight. Let's go. That's probably why he had the dream of all the fortune tellers. Like, just streets, a city full of fortune tellers. Like, the dreams are kind of cluing him in on the way, it was basically cluing him in on the paper trail they were kind of leaving. As Clark and Vince drove off, David was in his room, the lights turned off. He was focusing on the silhouette of his hand, trying to perceive that aura once more. He really wanted to see what happened to Broad, the man who looked so much like him. He couldn't bear to stay 1 second longer than necessary in that studio. Finally, his focus paid off. A white dot appeared in the darkness, slowly becoming larger and larger, until he could see a scenery projected on the ceiling. He saw the castle from the previous night, but it was surrounded by an army, engulfed in flames. Oh, nice, you played My House. Yeah, I've heard some wild stuff about that. If you like My House, there's a Mario 64 mod I played for like 50 hours off stream. Has kind of a similar thing going for it. How was My House? I hear that shit goes very crazy places. The images changed. David could see a stone passage. It was King Hroth, held up by Lafir, and a woman. Alright, yeah, sometimes, that WOD is so complex. It's such a complex, like, fucking Winchester house of a mod. Glad you got it taken care of. Oh, yeah. David was startled by what he saw. The woman was a dead ringer for Susanna. My liege, are you all right? Susanna, you did give him the right antidote, didn't you? Susanna spoke. Of course I did. I concocted it myself. It should prove effective soon. I can't believe Horkai poisoned our king. We all knew the King of the North had eyes on our kingdom. I was not expecting Horkai of all people to betray us. If only our king hadn't been poisoned. He could have used his dark arts to prevent the army of the North from approaching. There's no point in dwelling on... the king is waking up. I thought I was already on my way to the afterlife. Where am I? My liege, you were poisoned by Horkai. He has betrayed us. People of the North are attacking. The castle is burning. Susanna and I were able to get you to safety through the secret passage. Ow, my king Windsor! My king Windsor. So the water of life Horkai gave of me was poison. The King of the North must be afraid of my dark arts. He'll never stop pursuing me until he confirms my death. You must get away from here and fast. Surely the other kings will assist you. I feel better now. The antidote was your work, Susanna, correct? Your talent never ceases to amaze me. They're almost out. When the North Army was in sight, I asked Fenrir to gather some troops and defend this exit. We should be fine. As they neared the exit, a man approached them with soldiers in tow. Ah, Fenrir! Thank you for coming. Our liege was poisoned by Horkai. We barely escaped with our lives. What's the situation here? It's the Kurgan. I was wrong, it's not the Kurgan. It could have been the Kurgan. There are no enemies out here, but I'm afraid I'll be taking the king's life myself. Oh no! Fenrir thrust his sword through Lafir's heart. Susanna desperately held the king in her arms. You get a little jaded when it comes to some maps where it's more about, yeah. I get you. Yeah, if you call them dark arts, people are gonna assume the worst. It's a PR thing. Terrible optics. These lands already belong to the North. Hroth may be a powerful sorcerer normally, but that poison turned him into a feeble, powerless man. Stay back, Susanna, or I'll have to kill you with him. Fenrir, you traitor. If you want to take his life, you'll have to take mine as well. Yeah, it's like voodoo. At that moment, King Hroth stood up on his own, moving away from Susanna. You called me a feeble, powerless man, Fenrir. How about I show you how powerless I can be? How wrong you are. He pointed his fingers at Fenrir's head. Ah! Oh, he gave him the old Three Stooges eye poke. Classic magic trick. Fenrir dropped his sword and fell to the ground, gripping his forehead. His men ran away in a panic. Yeah, channeling holy blessings sounds a little bit more agreeable to the normies. Fenrir, that scar on your forehead will be inherited by your descendants. Your lineage is forever branded as the blood of the betrayer. Hroth and Susanna left Fenrir writhing on the ground and went through the exit. Oh, thanks, Luke. Welcome on in. Go check out Luke seriously. Seriously. Really cool guy, really fun streamer. Plays a lot of interesting, creative games. Definitely check him out. Also a hell of a drummer. He's also a hell of a drummer. Seriously follow him. I know some of you guys have that follow button handy. As David watched the scene, his strength was steadily draining. Before long, the images faded away, leaving David panting heavily. That was the sound of David panting heavily. This game is a PC-88 game, but one of the last PC-88 games, that's the generation before PC-98, that actually came with a CD. And that CD had Redbook audio. It was like one of 2 games on the PC-88 that did this, because most games by then had already moved on to the PC-98. For some reason, this didn't. This would get like a remake where some things had changed for the FM towns, but I wanted to get the original because the original was translated. For one, the original was translated by the Majin Zenki and the Majin Zenki's team. Called oh, what's it called again? My name brain is gone, guys. It was called the Nebulous Translations. Nebulous Translations made this, or translated this. I can't breathe. I need those pills. Always addicted to the pills. PC-88 is good. PC-98 has a lot more games. Bear in mind, though, a lot of those games, and you're going to hear this a lot,
Oh, yes.
a lot of PC-98 games are going to be, and anybody with a PC-98 knows what I'm going to say, a lot of PC-98 games are going to be 100%, sometimes even completely uncensored travelogues. There is a lot of tourism scenes in PC 98 games. Like every PC 98 game I played on stream so far has been some kind of travelogue mixed in with the adventure gaming. And then there's the porn. There's a lot of porn in PC 98 also. David's arm felt heavy like lead as he stretched it towards the phone. He called Susanna, asking her to bring him the medicine. Yeah, pretty much, Dana. Susanna knocked at his door. David used the little strength he had left to get up and open the door. Amazingly, this PC 88 game has one sex scene and you don't see it. Like, it's probably like the least sexual PC 88 game probably ever made. Susanna held him up and brought him back to bed before giving him the medicine. TurboGrafx CD has a lot of bad shmups. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of good ones mixed in, but there are some bad ones. You've been summoning those visions again. Yeah, it's more tiring than I thought. Any more and I might have actually died. I'm not going to let you die. In the vision, King Hroth's lands were invaded by the King of the North. He was forced to run away. That man who looks a lot like you, right? But you said he could use a special power, the Dark Arts. How could he lose? A man called Orkai poisoned him, so he couldn't use his powers. King Hroth survived only thanks to a woman who gave him an antidote, a woman who looked a lot like you, Susanna. Could she say the same? Could she be the same Susanna from your other dream? Now that you mention it, in that dream there was also a man called Horkai. That was also the name of the house with the coat of arms that we found. There could be a connection. Was this Horkai the only traitor? No. There was another, Fenrir, who killed Glafir. As they were escaping, King Hroth used his powers to give him a scar on his forehead. He said something about his descendants inheriting the scar, and that his lineage would be branded as blood of the betrayer. A scar on his forehead, huh? I wonder if his descendants do have that scar. I imagine they do. So now we gotta fight Gabriel Knight, and we have to fight Harry fucking Potter. This is a nightmare scenario. I doubt it. You don't inherit scars from your parents, you know. Besides, these visions are something from a long time gone. Oh, you're looking better now. These are just bland sleeping pills and vitamin supplements, but they're like energy drinks to you. Is she telling the truth? Is she telling the truth? Are those sleeping pills and vitamin supplements, guys? Is she telling the truth? Was that test a shit test to see whether or not I trusted Susanna and I passed? Or was that first major choice very important? No, I do not believe it. I don't believe it because I took the pills and that's what made me really good at poker. I was getting a fucking royal spade flush without cheating.
Pills! Oh, yes.
Bland pills my ass. I shan't believe it. Yeah, she's a liar. She's a proven liar. You're right. But she can't be bad unless she's the fucking... We'll find out. Believe it or not, these pills do wonders for me. I can feel power surging from within. This was the last of the pills, though. That's probably what fucked me. I don't have any more pills. Oh, I know. I'll have the hospital here contact the hospital in Paris. Have them send the prescription. I'll take care of it tomorrow. There's deter in those pills. Please do. I think I might lose my mind without them. See, he's dependent on the pills now. You'll be fine for tonight. Now stop looking at those visions, okay? They're not good for your health. After making sure David was feeling all right, Susanna left the room. Due to his exhaustion, David woke up the next day at about 2 p.m. He went down the lobby looking for his friends. See, we may need the pills later. We don't have the pills anymore. The other 3 band members were there. Jeez, what happened to you? It's 2 in the afternoon, David. You do remember that we have a concert tonight, yeah? No. Sorry. When it's not nightmares, it's sleepiness. My head's still foggy from all that sleeping. I need some coffee. David went to the counter in the lobby. Needs something better, doesn't it? It needs the worst track in... It needs the worst track in Panzer Dragoon Zwei. David went to the counter in the lobby. David continued going to the counter in the lobby. Man, when it's not nightmares, it's sleepiness. Well, at least he got a full night's worth of rest. I have to say, David is like a different man. He wasn't like this back in England. This music's... I don't know why I hate it so much. I think the reason I don't like the Dragoon Zwei soundtrack is because even though the game is probably even better than the first game, it was fun. It was way easier than the first game. I liked how challenging the first game was.
We got Cloud.
But the music in fucking Panzer Dragoon 1 was so fucking good. And they didn't get that musician back. He was like an established electronic musician, I think, who was like way too busy. They kind of got lucky getting him. They kind of got lucky getting him for that. So, shit. Whoever they got for this wasn't as good. This is like the worst song on it, though. It's not a terrible track. It's not a terrible soundtrack. This track was just fucking bad. These kinds of things happen in the music world. One day you hit it big and become a star. Maybe we'll change too, who knows? How's it going, Nuke? When we cash in the money after the last concert in London, I'd like to take a vacation. We've been working ourselves to the bone this year. David came back. Sorry I took so long. The girl at the counter wanted an autograph. Alan, is everything ready at the venue? Keep doing that. Yeah, it's set up as usual. Susanna said she'd go there. Susanna said she'd go there ahead of us, so I'm sure she's taking care of everything. You have to leave in about 1 hour. David and his friends chatted in the lobby, relaxing their nerves for the upcoming performance. God, it just keeps going. I hate this track. Meanwhile, Clark and Vince were walking in the Romerberg Square. They were tailing Susanna and Gockel. Gockel! Okay, these are the cops. That's not a cop, that's one of the wizards. There are a bunch of wizards. Another game, another visual novel from fucking PC. From the fucking NEC era of gaming computers.
Wizard! No!
And we have another tribe of wizards. It's fading out. It's fading out, right? I legit... Yes, it faded out. Okay, good. Someone with a scar on their forehead. Not a lot to go on. He's got the scar. He's wearing that hat. I don't trust that hat. That's not a lot to go on. Besides, we don't even know if they're in Germany. The Devil King can only see visions of people and places connected to his current location. That means this person with the scar on his head must be here. I know you're busy with the concert, so I'll look for this person myself. I'll ask around. I actually know quite a few people. Goggle handed Susanna a paper bag containing pills, and then they parted ways.
Someone out there likes sliding puzzles, and they have fucking problems.
Big shout out to Nuke for Prez, by the way. How you been, Nuke? Clark and Vince kept tailing Susanna. Are you sure we shouldn't follow that Goggle fellow? Yeah, he only came here to give her the bag. I'd really like to know what's in it. It's gonna be hard. Wiretap isn't gonna be useful if your mark is walking in a park, huh? I'd really like to have a compact, high-directional microphone right now. A directional microphone? I'll look into it. But that said, I wonder what's so important that she needed to get now, a few hours before the concert. How's it going, Xyloseed? You know, I don't think Suzanne is evil. Susanna wouldn't have calmed the concert down if she was evil. I think she does want him to become king of the world again. I think she wants that. Because he is descended from this fucking ancient wizard king. It's almost like a flip side of Tokyo Twilight Busters, where the good guys are the wizards because they're not killing people all the time. But if it's drugs, the whole concert thing could just be a front for drug trafficking. Vince with the common sense takes again.
Wizard!
Nice one. That bug's too small for traffic. Yeah, we'll see. Clark and Vince kept tailing Susanna. And so began their first performance in Germany. They have a few more performances in Germany. The crowd was even more excited than it was during their concert in Italy. The band was getting more and more into it. Karuizawa, Nagano Prefecture? Probably, Xyloseed. Pretty much every location was in Tokyo. Every part of Japan, or every part of Tokyo was in Tokyo Twilight Busters. Did it have a major part? Probably not. Maybe so. But yeah, it was probably there. Nagano Prefecture sounds familiar. David's energy reached new peaks. Even Martin, the calmest member of the band, was yelling. The venue was full of excited energy, both above and below the stage. Forget the ballad, David. Let's keep this energy flowing. Alan approached David to talk to him. I had the same idea. I'll go tell Andrew. Without skipping a beat, David approached Andrew. No way. Things are getting way too hot as it is. We're doing a ballad next. Go tell Alan. Andrew with the sensible take. People will literally claw their shit. They will literally injure themselves with excitement from the sheer power of David's voice. Does sound like Depeche Mode. Yeah, this is a Depeche Mode cover for sure. There's a lot of shit like that. Andrew was seemingly the only member to have kept a modicum of sanity, perhaps due to his sense of responsibility as problem solver of the band. He was the problem solver of the band. Wasn't Andrew the guy who put the entire fucking record label like 30,000 Deutschmarks in the hole? He's the problem solver of the band? The audience left their seats and started crowding the stage. Several women collapsed and were trampled on. The staff pushed the crowd away and helped the women. The concert continued without any serious injuries. The band played a ballad. The audience returned to their seats while the amount of excitement was still high, slowly waning. Seeing some of their fans collapse seemingly woke up the band members from their trance, who then used every trick to contain the excitement of their fans and end the concert without incident. The band returned to their waiting room, wiping the sweat off their faces. Good work, guys. Whew. We almost had to interrupt the concert again. They almost hurt themselves again. People were hurting themselves again. People get hurt in these concerts. They're hardcore. Yeah, I was in a cold sweat. David, Alan, you'll have to try not to get so carried away next time. But David needs to do that or the audience won't get excited. I know we can't let him get too crazy, but Is it really a concert if they're not having fun? They just claw their faces a little bit. Little bit of a flesh wound, tiny flesh wound. I mean, even Martin was going crazy tonight. I'm almost afraid to think of the future. Really?
Quantum Pause has joined the convoy, Cat Jam.
Thank you for the 2 months Quantum Pause. Welcome in. Oh my god! Apparently we're in a hype train now. With 1 sub. Hype trains have gone wacky, guys. We're in a hype train! We're in a hype train, guys. For some reason. Thank you for starting the hype train, Quantum Pause. Hey, Rig with the 16
Gaming
months.
has joined the convoy, Danica Blob losing it.
Thank you, Rig, for the 16 months. 16 months, it's crazy. I couldn't help it. That's just what happens when you listen to David singing. Unspoke. Yeah, that's Martin. That's Martin from Depeche Mode. He's in the Depeche Mode. Martin is in the game. Yeah, it is September, isn't it? Remember, it's September. Subscriptions are like $4.50 instead of $6 for a while, for all the way until the end of September. So now's the time. Damn straight. You can't tell me to keep it down. What am I supposed to do? Plug my ears? I'm pretty sure you were into it yourself. I'm pretty sure you were into it yourself, Andrew. Are you saying it's my fault the audience started collapsing? It was his fault. It was that hard-ass Smash TV music. I was trying to restrain myself. I'm trying to avoid the worst-case scenario. Wasabi! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wasabi with the 1,000 bits. Wasabi 23 with the 1,000 bits. Thank you, Wasabi. You throw 100 dimes, you get 100 dime times. That's how it works here. This is literally just the 10-bit alert.
Big money!
But 100 times. That's really what it is. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Look at him go. Look at that elbow. It's a miracle that Ricky Steamboat even survived that.
Big prizes!
Come, lay down your weapons. It is not too
Wasabi
late
underscore
for my
23 donated 100 dimes. Caduceus emoji. Frying an egg emoji. 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 Caduceus
Thank you,
emoji.
Wasabi.
Frying an egg emoji. Caduceus emoji. Frying an egg emoji.
The same here,
Caduceus
Steven.
emoji.
You just
Frying
saw
an
him
egg
do it
emoji.
100 times
Caduceus
tonight.
Emoji. Frying an egg emoji.
Thank you. I was trying to restrain myself. I was trying to avoid the worst case scenario here, but you have no self-control. They're fighting amongst each other. Come on, guys, don't fight over this. It was mostly my fault anyway. From now on, I promise to follow your song order, okay, Andrew? Yeah, I know she says it. I don't know why. It's not just her. Brian says it. Kevin says it. 55555 man says it. They all say it now. They all say emoji after. They just had to make it even longer for some reason. All right, let's get you back to the hotel. You're gonna feel better after a shower. Yeah, Luke, yeah, it's all about selling. It's actually really hard work. It's actually very hard work. After returning to the hotel and taking a shower, the band was able to celebrate the success of the concert with some beer. Once the fatigue of the concert caught up to them, they all returned to their rooms. Tired from all the excitement, David went to bed, forgetting about the the temptation of the visions. The next day, the band took the bus toward their next concert site, West Berlin. Here, I'll turn off the hype music so we can get like the good music. I mean, that's good music too, but this is traffic noises. I turned it back on. I'll turn it back on until the song plays. The next day, the band took the bus towards their next concert site, West Berlin. They reached their hotel, apparently called Berlin, in the evening. Allegedly, this is the Berlin Hotel in Berlin. Their concert would be held 2 days later. The band was chatting in a luxurious meeting room that Susanna had arranged for them. You must be making a killing with this tour. Look at this fancy room. Remember when we could barely afford business hotels and had to survive on instant food? Andrew remembers. Yep. Yeah, this is late 80s. This game was released in 1990, but it takes place right before the Berlin Wall fell. I hope we can keep getting along, even as we get famous. The moment one of us leaves the band, Elenovision is over. We're having doubts. It's gonna be fine. We've gone through a lot of crap together, you know? Anyway, how about we check out the Berlin Wall tomorrow? Might not be there the next time we come to Germany. Holy fucking topical. That's awesome. They're gonna look at the Berlin Wall right before it comes down. Oh, I'm definitely going. I always wanted to see it with my own eyes.
I need Kippy for my bubble.
At that moment. Also, thank you for the hype train. Level 2 hype train. Hype train success. I've already got all the level 1 emotes. I'm an advanced Twitch user. Thank you for the level 2. 22%. 2 subs. 1,000 bits. Much, much appreciated. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and Susanna came in. Oh, you're still up. Listen to this. I just heard there's going to be a charity magic show at the Bristol Hotel tomorrow night. I was able to get 5 tickets. How about it? There won't be many guests, so you should be able to relax without being bothered. Andrew spoke. This is the majority of choices. Some choices matter, though. There won't be many guests since it's for charity, but I can't imagine it's going to be very interesting. You can't do elaborate tricks inside a hotel. Sure is. No, it won't be simple magic tricks. Apparently, it's some kind of super magic show. Like ESP. I've never seen it myself, but those who saw it claim there's no way they're simple tricks. Well, I've always been interested in ESP. Who's going to perform? Oh no, magic. Morgan Krost. Apparently he hates television, so will only appear live on stage. Dude, she's setting some shit up. Susanna is setting everything up. I mean, that's her job, but she's setting up shit for me, too. Prost, I've read about him. They say he's the man with the third eye. He has psychic powers. Since he can't use those powers to make money, he pretends they're magic tricks instead. How about it, David? You don't see actual superpowers every day. We're all going, I'm coming too. I've seen a lot of magic tricks in my life, but actual psychic powers? Huh, that'd be a first. Sure, I'm game. I gotta see all these so-called psychic powers. Honestly, I don't really believe in ESP and the like. He doesn't believe in ESP. It's probably a scam, but it's not like I have anything better to do. Why not? They have the full range of opinions. Okay then, we're leaving tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. Never seen an ESPer before, so I'm looking forward to it. The hotel where Elenovision was staying wouldn't turn off the lights until late in the night. He doesn't like sports. another a lot of long load times. They were really chugging that PC-88. The next day, the band went to see the Berlin Wall. Is it gonna show like a scrolling scene? Nah, it's just gonna go straight to their hotel. They went to see the Berlin Wall. There it is. They went back to the hotel at 6 o'clock where Susanna was waiting for them. After changing their clothes, they got into a taxi and headed to Hotel Bristol. Did you see it? I hope you didn't blink, guys. They arrived at Hotel Bristol. I read that as Hellboy. The Hellboy guided them to the charity show, where a table for five had been reserved for them. The other guests were wearing tuxedos and fancy dresses, conversing in a hushed voice. Classical music was being played at a suitably low volume. Thank God we got changed. They would have turned us away at the door if we were still wearing our day clothes. Oh, that was mine. Whoops. I told you this was a prestigious hotel. Of course you dress formally for a charity show. I shouldn't have come. I had no idea it'd be this fancy. You know, once we're back in London, if you're ever awarded a platinum record, you'll have to attend even fancier events. You have to get used to at least this much. If we work even harder, have successful tours in America and Japan, platinum record's actually a real possibility. It could go platinum, guys. You guys being awarded is one of my dreams. Now then, let's eat. They won't bring us anything else unless we finish our plates. As new dishes were being brought, the stage darkened to the sound of drums and cymbals. It's Lurch! It's heavily edited Lurch! Then Horgan Krost, the magician, appeared under the spotlight. After a quick greeting, he picked up a cup from the table. As you can see, there are 2 identical glasses here. I will put one of them on your table, dear guest. As about half of the guests were foreigners, he had an assistant translating for him. Krost approached the nearest table and put the glass down and returned to the stage. He's got a scar on his head. This is the guy, guys. This is Fenrir's descendant. Now, I will place a coin inside of the remaining glass. He dropped a large coin in the glass, which ringed loudly. Once the ringing subsided, the coin vanished. Hi, Dana. Then the guest from the nearest table shrieked. David and his friends turned that way and were surprised by what they saw. There was a coin inside their supposedly empty glass. The coin had moved from one glass to the other. Glass on the stage is too far away from that table. This can't be just a trick. But the coin definitely changed places. Martin, is this ESP? You don't even know what ESP is. You said it yourself. It wasn't a trick or sleight of hand. It has to be psychic powers.
It's a lovely
I still can't believe it. Maybe we just didn't notice. If he did it one more time, maybe. Stressed. Possibly out of his element. Alan was unusually drunk on German wine. Alan was absolutely shit-faced, stumbling around. I like how this guy looks like he's performing in an ultrasound. Krost held out his hands to stop the applause. Some people here seem to think that the glasses were rigged. Rigged? This time I am going to pour water into my glass. See the truth for yourselves. Krost poured water into his glass. It was clearly flowing, but strangely enough, it wouldn't actually fill the glass. Observe, I pour water in my glass, but it's filling the glass on the guest's table.
Nice ice-cold tall glassing.
Do you still believe this to be a trick? That bastard. Ain't no such thing as psychic powers. There's gotta be a trick. It's an illusion. Calm down, Alan. You came here to see psychic powers, and that's what we got. Why are you even mad? Quit making a scene. People are staring. Once he realized the other guests were staring at him, Alan turned red. Pathogen cup. Yeah. ESP is amazing. The water moved from one glass to the other. It must be some kind of war. Even if he used even more power, that kind of ability would be incredibly useful. Well, I mean, in the game, he's just a straight-up sorcerer. He's just a straight-up sorcerer, and David's, like, gauging him. He's okay with being a wizard now. See that scar on Cross's forehead? They say it's his third eye. It's rumored that's where his psychic powers come from. That's right. Right now it's closed, but Naretti can unleash incredible powers when his third eye opens. He's obviously Fenrir's descendant. You can't trick me, game. Oh, the Pythagorean Cup, yeah. The next trick is called the Devil's Curse. This ball will fly through the air. Once it finds a demon, it will light up and attack it. That doesn't sound good at all. The ball he was holding began to float. The audience gasped. It zigzagged throughout the hall, approaching every table. Eventually, it reached David's, stopping on top of Alan.
It's a fucking wizard! No!
We've also got Naked Wizard. That's a new one. The ball emitted an intense light, like a camera flash. Son of a... Is he calling me a demon? In a fit of anger, Alan slapped the ball away.
Spaghetti.
The spaghetti. The ball fell to the floor, rolling noisily. Are you sober now, sir? The demon thing was but a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our good-humored friend.
Run, Jim! Run!
Okay, he's just a magician. Thank goodness. Prost approached the table to pick up the ball. He said something in German and returned to the stage. Next, I would like to show you what I call super magic. Super magic! In which case, I beg your pardon beforehand. My assistant is sitting on the floor. If my third eye opens, I will make her levitate and float around the hall. That was a good spaghetti. Please. Please be quiet for a moment as we merge our minds. I gotta get back in the audience for this. I'm not picking my nose, I promise. I promise. Not doing that. Please be quiet for a moment as we merge our minds. Prost closed his eyes. Can we leave soon, Susanna? I'm not sure why, but I feel a pain in my chest when I look at him. Okay, it's real stuff. Oh no, don't you look at me like that, Rig.
Fuck you! I'm gonna put you in the fucking ground, you laugh at me again!
Jesus Christ. He's definitely a great artist, but I admit he's not my type of man. I admit he's not my type. Damn, Susanna. At least wait until after the show before you destroy him. Let's just leave. He's just flaunting his supposed superpowers. This isn't any fun. This wasn't very entertaining, but still like to see his third eye open, since Krost hates photos. There's not one picture of his third eye in books. I'm also not feeling that great, but I agree with Martin. Let's take a look at that third eye of his before leaving. There's not much to see in Germany after all. Still under the spotlight, something was changing on Krost's forehead. The scar was changing, transforming into an eye. David felt increasingly frustrated as he stared into Krost's third eye.
Yourself, handsome?
was talking. It was talking. The third eye blinked, if only slightly. Once, twice, after blinking 3 times, the third eye was faintly visible. Ah! Then blood began to flow from the third eye of Crost. Blood kept flowing unceasingly. Crost was rolling around in his own blood, writhing in pain. I think the trick is probably fucked up a little. The spotlight was turned off and Crost was carried outside by several men. The audience murmured uneasily, wondering exactly what had just happened. The hotel manager came up on stage holding a microphone. Unfortunately, as Crost failed to open his third eye, he won't be able to continue the show. As such, we must bring an end to tonight's charity show. As the manager frantically apologized, the guests left the venue one by one. What on earth? What happened? I expected him to come back. For my next trick, I'm going to bleed profusely out of my forehead. Ouch! The car Clark and Vince were driving stopped in front of Hotel Bristol. Looks like we missed their plans to check out that charity show. Still,
it's impossible. You'll never make it. Never.
Cross magic show, huh?
Ever make it.
Yeah, Susanna's probably just playing around. We can wait for him here.
You'll never make it. Ever. Don't you see you can make it?
Is Horgan Cross famous or something? I can't say I ever heard of the guy. Music is so good. I didn't know about him either, but I asked around. Somewhat known here in Germany. Magician with a third eye. Look, Chief, there's a crowd forming at the entrance. They're all well dressed. I'm guessing they're guests from the charity show. Something happened? Without replying, Clark got out of the car and entered the hotel. He returned a few moments later. Seems that Cross failed to open his third eye and release his psychic powers, whatever that means. They had to cancel the show. Susanna and the boys should be out soon, so keep your eyes open. Does he actually have a third eye on his forehead? Man, that's gotta suck. Thank God I'm not a psychic. Start the engine vents. We're getting into their taxis. They're getting into their taxis. I wonder what that would do to your depth perception, having 3 eyes. Like, if you could see out of all of them at all times, like, what would that do to your depth perception, I wonder? The band got in 2 taxis and left. You'd be seeing in 3D. Eyes to see you. How's it going, Atari? Big shout out to Atari Beer Pong. Band got in 2 taxis and left. Clark and Vince tailed them. The taxi stopped in front of Hotel Berlin. They got off and went inside. Doing really well. Doing very well. I may give this another hour. I'm enjoying the shit out of this game. All these 3 eyes. After regrouping in the meeting room, they started talking about Crost. Huh, serves him right. What a... Oh, what a jerk. Sure was a lot of blood. At first I thought it was part of the performance. It's bound to kill... What the fuck? Even if he survives, he probably won't be able to open his third eye again. That would scar you for life. And I guess we actually saw something amazing. Maybe we're ESPers too. You know, the way we make people lose their minds by listening to our music. So much that they could even get hurt if we're not careful. Kill them all. Maybe you are. I mean, you're doing something that's impossible for others. In that sense, there are many ESPers in the world. Oh, maybe. Maybe it was like cross-mogination. What's wrong, David? You look pale. I remember witnessing a car accident when I was a kid. A lot of blood there. I couldn't eat for days. I don't know. I guess it left a bad impression on me. Maybe you should go to bed if you're not feeling well. Don't forget, you have your last European concert tomorrow. You have to take care of yourself. I'll be fine. Can anyone hand me a beer? I'd feel better after a drink. Man, we're at the end of our tour, huh? Almost back in London. After various empty beer cans were piled up on the table, the band members returned to their rooms. I guess we're nearing the end of the game. Maybe there's a little more. As David approached his bed, he felt a hint of dizziness. I was feeling good the entire day, but everything went downhill after I saw Crost's blood. Just as he was starting to feel anxious about the next day's concert, there was a knock at the door. It was Susanna calling for him. David didn't have the keys with him, so Susanna opened the door herself and walked in. I figured you'd be tired, so I brought you your favorite pills. My pills! I admit I've been feeling tired after that show. Thanks, I'll take them. David took the pills. I'm gonna save here. We haven't saved in a while. I haven't saved over any of the major choices yet. That's 2 and 3 right now. There were 2 major choices. I admit I've been feeling tired after that show. Tomorrow will be the last concert in Germany. Hang in there. You know, I've been wondering, is it possible that Crost is a descendant of Fenrir, the man from the vision I saw? He had a scar on his forehead. It could just be a coincidence, but when blood started flowing from his forehead, it made me think. At that moment, I was mad at him for the way he made fun of Alan. I glared at that third eye of his, in anger. If the visions are true, and the blood of King Hroth does flow in my veins, maybe I'm the reason he started losing blood. Did you feel like you were using some special powers like King Hroth did? No, I didn't feel anything special. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. It has been. It's been crazy. You probably are. Anyway, I like you better as a musician than an ESPer. An Esper. I like you better as a musician than an Esper.
My old friend.
I forgot that they're called Espers. Me too. I'm not gonna turn into King Hroth or something. Still, I feel like there's something I'm not seeing, and it's driving me a little crazy. I haven't had any nightmares since coming to Germany. Maybe it's because I've been dreading them so much. I feel like I could have nightmares tonight. They always come when I'm feeling tired in this weird way. Susanna, will you stay with me until morning? They're gonna have more sex, guys. Oh, David, you're acting like a scared child. I'm not your mother, you know. Susanna smiled teasingly at David and started undressing. Press any key to start reading data. No, no! Reading data. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Where's it gonna read? It only ever reads data from the disk when it wants to load more images and effects.
Yeah.
What if we get a sex cutscene? I'm gonna have to mute the window. You could say that. I'll read your data. Yeah, I never censor ever. I never censor. When it's real pictures of real people, I definitely censor. It takes it a minute. When it reads from the CD-ROM like this, it takes it a bit. It takes it a little bit, guys. That's just how it works. Cartoon boobies are fine. That's official. Maybe it is tasteful. Maybe there's nothing. Maybe it just cuts to the cops again. It could cut to the cops. There's one game series that I'm really interested in, but it is terrible when it comes to hooking to Textractor, and that's the Psychic Detective series by Data West. Not Data East, Data West.
We're gonna see a penis.
But in the art in it looks fucking awful in the first game. Apparently it picked up a lot since then. Oh, that sexy music.
I rock and roll
Music's sexy.
all
Oh
day long. Sweet Susie.
no. Oh, we're fine. It's just chairs. Yeah, the next morning, that was the sex scene. The next morning, David was drinking coffee in the lobby.
Boing.
Alan joined him in the lobby shortly after. Would you look at that, David? Up in the early morning, having coffee. You don't see that every day. Were you too nervous about our last concert in Europe to speak? Not really. I actually got a good night's rest, so much that I just woke up early. You think that Krost is dead? It's a good question. No. Haven't read the English paper yet. Let's take a look. Alan picked up the newspaper from the table. Well, I don't see anything about it. Oh, wait, here it is. Small print in the corner. Just says they stopped the blood loss and he survived. Great. What do you know? He's alive. Considering how much he was bleeding, that's impressive. Modern medicine can even transplant hearts nowadays. Forehead bleeding is nothing in comparison. While David and Alan were talking about Krost, they were joined by Andrew and Susanna. Oh, you're reading the newspaper. I've heard something interesting about Krost. A promoter told us that his third eye is actually artificial. He had that surgically implanted into his forehead. Ew! Like a real eye? No wonder it fucked up. Ew! Seriously, an artificial eye? They say his psychic powers are the real deal, but he underwent plastic surgery to hide the scar and to make himself more like an Esper. I don't think it was a human eyeball. I think he just had a glass eye installed because he was embarrassed about his scar. What's the point? He already had psychic powers. Man, what a moron. At that moment, Martin entered the lobby. His vision is augmented.
That thing's a dick!
He should have put a prosthetic dick on his head. Dickhead Krost, the Esper.
Yeah, little capitalism for you, huh? Pussy, you fucking shit-eating pig.
Good morning. You're already all up, huh? This has to be the first time I got up later than David. Okay, so after tonight's concert, we'll be back in London tomorrow at noon. Andrew, make sure you leave the hotel by 4 p.m. and head straight for the venue. Susanna left the hotel to meet up with the promoter. Clark and Vince were in Tiergarten Park. Not a lot of sightseeing in Germany, but there are a few places. Sitting on a bench in front of them were Susanna and Gockel! The return of Gockel. How's the directional microphone, Chief? Shh, there's too much noise as it is. I'm having a hard time listening in. What about your directional mic? Oh yeah, I have it right here. Vince hurriedly took out a Walkman-sized device from his pocket. He pointed it towards Susanna. Chief, you have to point it towards them or you won't hear a thing. That's why they call it directional microphone. Thanks, Vince. I know that, I'm just testing it out. Come on, we have to get somewhere in front of him without noticing. Clark and Vince moved in front of Susanna while keeping out of her sight. Then they began to eavesdrop on her conversation. This is a good spot. Here's hoping they won't move. Clark and Vince pressed their hands on their headphones with serious looks on their faces. Oh, here we go. And yet, because of him, that we can find that man. Even if medical science saved him, the Devil King will not forgive him. The Devil King will not forgive him. But you'll be returning to London tomorrow. Who will end his life then? If nothing happens before then, I'll get in touch from you from London. The ring has been returned to its rightful owner, and is already displaying its power. I'm certain we will find the King of the North soon. The King of the North.
Anything for my princess?
Once the Devil King is revived, my wish will be fulfilled. I look forward to that day.
69, dude!
The only way to bring him back is to sever the blood of the betrayer, while that star is closest to Earth. Only then will we be able to enact our revenge upon the King of the North. Oh, shit. In this modern era of science and technology, no one would ever believe such a tale. Even if the common folk don't believe it, there are still descendants of the people of the North who have inherited the blood of sorcerers. They may come for us. Watch your back. I probably won't be able to come back to Germany for a while. You'll have to wait for the good news. Let's meet again if you're ever in London. Well, what it is... David is descended from the king, basically this wizard king that the king in the north called the Devil King because he was a sorcerer. The king of the north had his own descendants, and it seems like Susanna and Gockel are looking for him. But they do have, they do have, I assume, the Devil King with them in the form of David, but I'm not sure. Let's meet again if you're ever in London. He's not really a Devil King. He was just called that by the King of the North. Susanna stood up from the bench and left the park. Clark and Vince went after her as Gockel watched the pair with suspicion. Oh no, they got caught. I don't know. I don't think so, Angry Sugars. They want to bring him back. They want to kill the King of the North. Now, it could be that David is, in a crazy twist, the King of the North. All we know is that they like the Devil King, and they want to get rid of the King of the North. That's all we really know. It's still very good at obfuscating their motivations, even as they're, like, saying them out loud to each other. And so, Elenovision was ready to begin their final concert in Europe. The band was giving it their best during the performance, and once again, the audience was reaching the peak of excitement. And remember, we have, like, choices to look into later. Halfway through the song, David called out to the audience, who shouted back in response. Even though David was speaking in English to a German crowd, it seemed as if there was no language barrier between them. We are all allies. We're all in the same clan. Yeah, we're allies. The entire audience stood up. Between the German language and the furious atmosphere, the situation was starting to feel like a scene out of a Nazi rally. Jesus. Kill the traitor, David yells. Whoa! They're gonna kill him. Sever the blood of the betrayer. Oh, yeah, this was part of, I guess this was Susanna's plan. He's getting him to kill Krost.
Get it. I've handled enough nuts for today.
Typical Depeche Mode concert. It's just your average Depeche Mode concert. The eyes of the audience were bloodshot. They were screaming as if their throats were being crushed. The traitor is finally dead, David yells. What is going on? As soon as David's proclamation ended, Alan pressed his hands on the keyboard. The audience let out a yell, and the performance began anew. On the stage, David seemed to grow larger. David is growing, guys! David began to grow larger.
Here goes my impact.
Though the audience was reaching the peak of their excitement, there were no disturbances. A number of women fainted, but they were carried away by the staff without incident. While Martin was playing his guitar solo, David approached Andrew. See, that's actual size. That's his actual giant head next to his. Let's skip the ballad. The crowd's excited, but it's all under control. I say we keep the ball rolling and call it a success. That's so weird. They're so excited, but they're all moving in rhythm. Sounds good to me. Let's see how far we can go. What are you doing, guys? I'm waiting for you. Huh? We're skipping the ballad? Fine by me. Come on. Martin also seemed to understand. He plucked the strings of his guitar rhythmically, waiting for the song to start. David shouted to the crowd. This is the end of our tour of Europe. I'm gonna keep singing until I drop. Yeah! Or rather, yeah! The band kept playing in a frenzy. By the end of it, David could barely let his voice out. The audience was so excited they were literally ripping their shirts off. Then, as he promised, David finally collapsed on stage. That's hardcore as fuck. There was not a single person in the venue who had the energy to stand. Even the members of the staff were leaning against the wall. They were all in a daze beyond the point of satisfaction. Though the concert was over, the staff did not even have the energy to turn off the lights or lower the curtains. David, Alan, Andrew, and Martin themselves were in a daze atop the stage. You okay, David? David spoke. Yeah, I can barely move, but never felt better. Never felt like this before. I think I'm gonna cry. Andrew, why didn't the crowd go wild this time? Don't ask me, I can't even think right now. Let's just say it all went well. Leave it at that. David, what was that thing about a traitor? Blood of the betrayer?
Hello, Mario.
Huh? Did I actually say that? Now that you mention it, I started feeling the sense of unity after you said the weird stuff. Oh no. Right then the lights were turned off and the curtains were closing. There was a round of applause and the curtains fell. However, the audience had no more energy left, so it felt like the quiet end to a classical concert. Way to go, David. I'm glad it's over, honestly. My knees are trembling so much I can barely walk. Though the spotlights focused on the band as they walked out, there was no commotion. After a brief interview, they got into their cars and left the venue. Everybody cooled. Everyone came. The band left and everyone came. Back at the hotel, David and the others headed back to their rooms. Not having the energy to celebrate, David fell asleep the moment he crawled into bed, without even having the time to think. How's it going, John Matrix? John Matrix! The next day, the airport was filled with Union Jack flags, which were waved until Eleno Vision's plane was no longer visible. The plane arrived at the Heathrow Airport in London. Once they were done with customs, David and his friends witnessed something they never would have thought possible before they first left for their tour. Inside their waiting room were countless TV cameras and journalists ready to interview.
Russell!
Once they finally stepped out of the waiting room, a deafening cheer broke out. The path was filled with young people holding Eleno Vision banners and magazines with the band on the cover. The band barely had the space to even wave at their fans. Before long, they were surrounded by the police, who escorted them to their car. I don't think they're under arrest. I think that was for the fans. A police car opened the way as they headed towards the Hilton Hotel. However, rather than relaxing in the lobby, Susanna led them inside the elevator and then to their room. So it seems like it's all over. Seems like it's all over. But I can't help but feel something's a little off. It doesn't feel like it's all over, does it? It's supposed to be. The world tour's done. There was no, there was the whole, killing the traitor thing. I'm pretty sure Krost probably didn't make it. We'll have to learn the fate of Krost next time. Because my voice is gone. Oh, well... There's still oh, man, yeah. Huh. Damn. I was about running out of steam, guys. My voice is gone. It really is, guys. I got people to thank. I got people to thank beforehand. Wasabi23, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Retro Island Gaming, Quantum Pause, thank you for the subs. Comcast Hotline, thank you for the follow. Adventure Josh, thank you for the 100 bits. Live Lav Love 1111, thank you for the 100 bits and the follow. El Nisogayo, thank you for the raid. Octave, thank you. Octave, thank you for the follow. Well Adjusted Gamer, thank you for the 100 bits. Midnight Monopoly, thank you for the gift sub to Dude Meister Rat. Well Adjusted Gamer, thank you for the for the sub 19 total months. Angry Sugars, thank you for the 8 months total. Cloud Carry and Unholy Element, thank you both for the follow. You guys are fantastic. It's a nice chill end of first night of Terrortober. We're gonna be seeing a lot more Terrortober in the coming
Hello, Mario.
This month and next month. This month and next month. In the meantime, I want you guys to enjoy your Sunday. I don't even want to see a hint of Monday. Not a single hint of Monday. I want you back here on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central. Right here on twitch.tv/CyberTruckerAlpha, where we will see the end of Mirrors and probably make some extra choices. We got to do some extra choices because I feel like this game has multiple endings. I don't know how many, but I feel like the big fucking the big fucking catalyst for the endings was whether or not I took those pills at the beginning of the Germany chapter. And I did save that. I did save before then because it gives you plenty of time to. It's gonna be fun. What? Were you typing a question about Twilight Busters? No. Yeah, I'm psychic. I'm an Esper. Let's see who's online. Let's see. See how long he's been on. I might have somebody. Let's see. If he looks like he's closing shop. Doesn't seem like he is. We're gonna go ahead and raid a really cool streamer named Bardic Broadcast. It looks like he's playing Mage and Monsters 2. Let's see if I can actually type raid. I'm telling you, I'm all exhausted from that insane concert, guys. Lord Bardic. Definitely click that raid, join the raid button. He's fantastic. I want you guys to have a hell of a rest of your night. And until next time, stay frosty.
That's not likely with those crossbowmen.
Zalathar, Luke Force, Retro Island Gaming, Atari Beer Pong, John Matrix, Xyloseed, Zalathar, Angry Sugars, Eat Your Lollipop, Dana Chrysalis, Christy3611, thank all you guys for coming in. Thank everybody for coming in. I'm heading out. Oh god, I can't talk anymore. My voice is gone.
Hello, Mario.